just barely catches it. Now Limon is going to try and overtake on Fonseca. Fonseca gives that one up, almost a little too wide there for Limon. Holds tough and sending it deep around the banking, and Shell Oil, he's going to take the spot back. Fonseca, that was a brilliant move. This is full drift here from the Japanese driver. Watch this. Unreal. That car should not be still going. That is just seat of your pants stuff.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it just kind of landed a little bit wrong for him, but fortunately, at least pointed in the right direction. This was crazy, though.
And hasn't been shaken, but man, they see close to that wall.
Look at it. Look at the oversteer. He looks to the inside. Michael tried to cover off. He's going to squeeze him down a little bit. Tries to open up the corner. Cut back and see if he can get the launch, and it's much quicker off. Oh, but he covers him down to the inside.
Oh my goodness, covers him down to the inside. I think there may have been a little bit of contact there, but Michael Johnson going to get the benefit of the draft here. You can see him closing down on the back of the 79. And there's the late move from Michael going down to the inside, trying to get into the braking zone.
The red mist is up for these two, and down into the braking. Can Johnson get it done? Yes, he does. Don't count out Travis. Tries to cut back. Goes the long way around. Nothing doing. No, he holds tight. He could try and get it in there. No, now he starts to fall back.
Starts to fall back. Going to try to send it a little bit on the outside of 15. Sometimes you can get a crossover there, but not going to work. He's going to have a wider line now into Turkey to try to carry a little bit more speed, but he's not going to find an easy way to try to get on by. And indeed, Michael Johnson just slides that car off the apex a little bit to prevent off any attack.
This is your chance to get behind the wheel. The opportunity to race just like the pros. From the grassroots levels, where we all got our start, to the most popular race cars on the planet. From the fairgrounds of Nashville to the high banks of Daytona, to tracks that will never be forgotten. Realistic driving, intense competition, all from the comfort of your own home. This is the ultimate motorsports simulation. This is iRacing.
It has been deemed the greatest spectacle in racing. Few events come close to matching the scale, the speed, and the importance that this race holds. For over 100 years, it has thrilled fans and fulfilled dreams. Tonight, we'll see it bring that same joy and a drink of milk to one more person as we get ready to watch the Majors Indy 500. And you'll see it all live here on the Global Sim Racing channel. Hi, I'm Joe Peak, and joining me in the booth tonight is Adam Lindgren and DJ Clark. Behind the scenes is our director, Zach Johnson, and he's using cameras provided by Dougie Beard. Indy is considered hallowed ground by some. The history built upon these bricks is rich with tales of daring. Let's head to our track guide to learn a little bit more about what makes Indy, Indy.
Back home again in Indiana, and it seems that I can see our guide around the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. The first motorsports competition at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway took place in 1909. The track's original surface of crushed stone and tar proved problematic. The owners paved the track with more than 3 million bricks, giving rise to the nickname the Brickyard. Indy isn't known for its banking, with only 9 degrees of banking in all 4 corners. Indy is unique because those 4 corners are individual corners. Each is separated by a short chute. Turn 1, you find yourself battling tunnel vision with the grandstands and pit road on both sides of the track closing in as you're trying to hit your mark. Turn 2 and down the backstretch, the drivers are often facing wind. Turns 3 and 4, also known as the north end of the speedway, flow exactly like turns 1 and 2. Surviving 2 world wars, 10 popes, and older than sliced bread, Indianapolis Motor Speedway is the most historic racing venue in America. Stepping onto the hallowed grounds of Indy, you feel over the 100 years of history. Winning at Indy requires all of the luck, skill, drive, and determination that you have. Many have come to taste the milk and have left empty-handed. The yard of bricks at the start-finish line pays tribute to the original surface. Kissing the bricks at Indianapolis Motor Speedway after your victory has quickly become an Indy tradition. With that being said, that's just scratching the surface of the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. And when you think about it, all these drivers are just chasing a glass of milk over 3 feet of bricks. It's amazing how those simple things mean so much to so many people. This has been our guide to the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. Strap on in and enjoy the show.
Well, with so much history, with such importance, Adam, it's natural that this place means a lot to a lot of people.
Yeah, absolutely, Joe. It's May in Speedway, Indiana, and the Indianapolis Motor Speedway is a bustling place at the moment, both virtually and in the real world. This 2.5-mile, 4-kilometer circuit is legendary in motorsports, and tonight's event is legendary among majors drivers. Earlier this weekend, the International Regions Pro Race had 13 cautions spanning 52 laps, but then the European Pro Race had, get this, 0 cautions. That's right, caution-free, clocking in just under 2.5 hours race time, the fastest race in this event's history. And speaking of this event's history, tonight is the 10th running of the Majors Indy 500, the first being run back when the series was called the Northwest Majors, and is one of 2 events that have been around the Majors calendar for the entire 10-year history, the other being the Daytona 500. This is also the 8th anniversary of GSRC broadcasting this storied race back in 2014 with Kevin Brown in the director's seat, Stan O'Ryman, who still commentates with us at GSRC from time to time, Sean Ambrose, now an iRacing employee, and oh, would you look at that? Our very own Joe Peak on the call. Now, Joe, it was an epic race back then, and iRacing and the majors may look and feel quite different these days, but we're looking for an equally epic race today.
Absolutely. But before we get to the race, we have Bump Day. That's right. We're not doing the top 10 shootout this time. It is trying to determine who actually gets into the big show. So the stakes are extremely high. Now, 16 drivers are going to take part in this, but only 8 will make it into the pro split. And from there, we will head off to the race itself. Hopefully everybody is ready to go from there. But already some of the drivers have mentioned the nerves that this brings on for them, knowing that they have to perform just to try and get into the big deal. Now, we still have a sportsman split that they will be able to race in, but obviously it's a little bit of a prestige to make it into the pro split here in the majors for this one. Your drivers that are going to be taking part are Clint Martin, Jason Wallet, Ryan Steele, Brian McGreevy, Lynn Kinchlow, Jeff Schmeyer, Joey Haynes, David Graybill, Wayne Hutchison, Justin Kirby, Jeff Drake, Ray Partridge, Kurt Crum, Ozzie Milwain, Brent Kirby, and Travis Worling. Some of those some pretty big names, and that's not unusual, DJ, to have this situation. We've seen it even in recent years with Bump Day returning in real life, where some drivers who everyone was sure would make it into the show didn't.
Yeah, I mean, the most notable coming to mind being Fernando Alonso a couple of years ago, as well as James Hinchcliffe. And Bump Day festivities like this and having big-name teams not make the big show is something that is as historic and storied as this track itself. Think back all the way to the mid-'90s when all of the Penske entries did the unthinkable and failed to qualify for the Indianapolis 500. So definitely carrying on in that tradition right now.
Indeed. So they'll be getting to the track here in just a moment, but we want to make sure before you head out to the track, you should check out the Majors Garage, home of free Baseline Plus setups. Get help from any of the garage coaches 24/7. Sign up now for awesome, affordable monthly subscriptions, telemetry, coaching, and more by simply clicking on our link in the description below. Also, if you use our special discount code MajorsGSRC, you'll get 10% off. Also, as usual, we have a charity for this race, and that is Cure Limb Girdle Muscular Dystrophy. Without a cure for LGMD2I, patients have a shortened lifespan due to muscle wasting, resulting in cardiovascular and respiratory complications. In order to make a greater impact in the research community, the Brazo family has joined forces with the LGMD2I Research Fund, Cure CMD, and the Stevenson Family Fund. Together, they've funded research projects and are paving the way toward a better future for those diagnosed with LGMD. To find out more, check out our link in the description below. Looks like we have our first driver taking to the track now. And this is, as they do in real life, Adam, it is going to be a 4-lap average. So Clint Martin already on his warm-up lap will get the green flag this time by.
Yeah, absolutely. So the first lap is just trying to get up to speed, really, and the second and third and fourth laps are the ones where you make your most time, but the tires start to wear on that fourth lap, so you got to be very careful to keep the car on track, because it is going to be the average speed from those 4 laps, not your average time. So as Clint crosses the line, he will start our first bump day qualifying session.
See how he handles here, as he gives a fair bit of room on the outside there on the first corner. Maybe just trying to feel things out, being the first one, and unsure how this is going to play out, especially with the others. He's got to be the one that steps into the unknown to try and figure out what the car can do, and then everybody else has to meet that marker. So far, so good, DJ. But again, I'm seeing a lot of air between himself and the outside walls.
Yeah, and specifically coming through turn 4, his corner speed starting to drop down around 226 miles an hour. That is not what you want to be looking for. You want to try to keep that closer to about 228, 229 if you can. Better there through turn 1, but yeah, he is definitely not taking the old Tom Sneva line, running that car way up to the outside. A little bit of an early turn in there into turn 2 as well.
Now, they will be releasing them simultaneously, so other drivers will be taking part during each driver's qualifying, but they each have their own track. The thing is they will be staggered. The order that I listed them in is when they will be coming out. We'll follow each of them as they go, and Clint Martin, coming around for that second lap, is going to be hitting a 39.336, so slightly slower there, Adam. It's not looking good that he's already losing pace on the second lap.
Yeah, absolutely. So Clint's, that second lap should have been probably quicker than the first. So Clint's got a lot of work to do, and he was a little loose coming off of the corner. Got a little tight in the center, and it snapped loose on him coming off of 1. So now as he enters 3 and 4, he's being very careful and very cautious. And I'm just afraid that this is he's leaving a little bit too much on the table. You can see him not getting below that white line, not getting all the way up to the wall on the exit. Now, granted, it's pretty toasty out here today, but not too toasty. Only 84 degrees on track as he crosses the line. 39.449 right now on his last lap.
Yeah, and that's going to be a big talking point. It usually is during the race, but qualifying even more so, DJ. And for our viewers that aren't familiar with Indianapolis qualifying, explain just how on edge and how fine-tuned these things are.
You are on an absolute razor's edge, Joe. If you have a slight bobble on the wheel, the car will absolutely snap on you. These cars are ultimately completely trimmed out, which means that they are running almost no aerodynamic resistance on that rear and front wing. It is all about just getting as much speed as possible down these long 5/8 of a mile straightaway. Coming through the corners, it is all about just hanging on for dear life.
So the 4-lap average comes out to a 39.223, if I'm seeing correctly. No, that is not right. That is 39.380, it looks like, is his time on that. Jason Wallet is the next one, who is already out there and has completed one of his 4 laps, a 39.382, which is definitely slower than the first lap of Clint Martin's.
Yeah, definitely slower, so he's got a lot of ground to make up, and it's really hard to make that up with the averages going, so it's going to be really challenging for these drivers to get that going for sure. I mean, it's so hard to get this right, especially considering the fact that every time they've gone to do practice or the pre-qualifying, the Major Series is currently running the dynamic track, so every time they get out there, the track is a little bit different, so that means your setup has to change, and this bump qualifying is no different. They're coming into this cold. They're going to have to adjust the setup on the fly.
Second lap also slower than what Clint Martin's was, so Wallet right now is not looking faster than Clint, but again, he just needs to be in the top 8, DJ. So it's only going to be probably when we get about the 8th driver that he's probably going to be feeling a little bit more nervous seeing where he sits.
Exactly. And the other thing to talk about over the course of this is the tools that are available to these drivers. Now, this is something we're going to be talking about in the race as well, but they have two sets of tools that they can really use to adjust on the fly. It's going to be your weight jacker, which affects the right rear spring height, which affects how loose the car is coming off of the corner, as well as the front and rear anti-roll bars. Those are able to be adjusted across the board as they go. And so you're going to be making those changes as the car settles, as the car bleeds off some fuel to just maximize that time as much as possible.
So here he comes, last lap for Jason Wallet. He crosses the line, and his average is a 39.482. He's about a tenth slower. We'll try and get speeds as they traditionally do here at Indianapolis for you in a bit. But right now, you can know that Clint Martin has the fastest average time, and Jason Wallet is second. We've already got our third one out there. Ryan Steele has put his first lap in at a 39.223. So he's actually pretty comparable with Clint Martin.
Yeah, so this is good for Ryan Steele. Hopefully he can have a good second lap as well, try and increase that time. A good third lap for him. So Ryan Steele cooking along right now, doing a great job at the moment. So Steele with a 39.340. So a really good time for that second time around. So he's currently up on the average.
So that's looking good for that number 12 machine. Let's watch him coming through 3 and 4. A little bit easier on the cars usually compared to the other end of the speedway, where it gets very tight and then also very loose often for the drivers. And again, seen a lot of people leave quite a bit of spare room on the exits. I wonder, DJ, if this is a case of knowing that if they botch the qualifying, that's it. They are definitely not going to be getting into the main show.
Yeah, I think that's certainly part of it, that there is a little bit of that fear. But with these times that we've seen, you have got to push it. Indy favors the bold. You have got to be aggressive. You have got to be pushing on these entire 4 laps. That is the only guarantee that you're going to be in the field.
So Steele's third one, a 39.441. Martin's third was a 39.448, so he's actually still a little bit quicker. This is looking good for that 12 machine, and he's coming down to the line for his fourth lap. 39.531. Oh, that doesn't do it. He is 4 1/1000ths off. What's the speeds, Adam?
Yeah, I'm working on a 39.384 for the average is going to put him just behind Clint Martin, so it's not going to pip Clint Martin. Clint's actually in a pretty good position right now.
So that means it's now Brian McGreevy's turn in the 68. And your order is Martin, Steele, and Wallet. You can see it on the left-hand side of your screen. That should be correct, even though it is not showing their average speed or their average lap time. We'll try and keep you up to speed on what those actual numbers are for the curious. But McGreevy is on his second flying lap here, DJ. First one at a 39.314. That's at least decent, but looking a little bit closer to Wallet than it was to Martin.
Yeah, and again, lots of space between him and the outside of the safer barrier there. Let's see what this second lap is as he crosses over the board. That's going to be a 39.396, starting to bleed that time off. That's why it is so crucial to nail that first lap out, really get a good marker on the board, and be able to get yourself up to speed, as you will bleed time over the course of this 4-lap run.
I will say, though, he's losing less speed than what the other two guys were. In fact, he's getting closer to Martin as it goes on. So maybe a bit of a more consistent setup here for the number 68 machine. Brian McGreevy takes it out of the final corner and down to the line for his third lap. Does the trend continue? Is it losing less speed? It's a 39.443, so that's bleeding it a little bit more compared to Clint Martin. His third was a 39.448. Actually, no, so that one was faster than Clint Martin's third lap.
Yeah, so this is actually putting McGreevy in a pretty good position right now. He has a good chance of pipping Clint Martin. So Clint currently in the lead with a 228.54 miles an hour to Steele's 228.51. Wallet's got a 227.95, so currently in third position is Wallet. Let's see whether or not McGreevy coming around to complete his fourth lap will get the average right.
Down to the line. What's it look like? 39.469, very consistent times, but it's only good enough for third of the four that have qualified. It's a 39.406. He was about 200ths off of Ryan Steele there, who sits in second place. And it looks like a 220 or a 228.39 for his average speed. Now we've got Lynn Kinchlow out on the track, who I'm a bit surprised to see here on the bumps, because Lynn used a little bit quicker than this, DJ.
Yeah, he is, but sometimes Indy can just catch you wrong as he's going to come across the line here. Let's see what this latest time is, a 39.366, so good there in terms of running. Really getting that car under the white line, still leaving a lot of space up on the outside. We haven't seen anybody push those limits on the outside there yet, but I like the line that Lynn is running on the entry into the corner.
Yeah, in fact, I think he's another one that looked like he was mildly faster on that second lap than Clint Martin. So let's see as he comes around for that third one. First lap was just a tiny, tiny little bit slower for Lynn. He crosses the line at the yard of bricks. And this one is going to be a 39.449, looking pretty similar to what Brian McGreevy was running. Not the best here if he winds up in the latter half of it, but still, consistency could wind up being good.
Yeah, a little bit wide there on the exit of 4. Interesting to note, in pre-qualifying, there's 2.5 mile per hour difference between first and 40th in the pre-qualifying session. So Kinchlow on a decent run, but that third lap, like you said, a little slow. Let's see what his average is.
Needs this to be in those top 3, most likely to feel a little bit better about how things are looking. Let's see where it puts him as he crosses for that fourth lap. And this one will get him into third. So 39.386 average for Lynn Kinchlow. And he wound up 2,000 slower than Ryan Steele. And that one wound up being a 228.50 for him. Jeff Schmeyer is up next in the number 30 car. His first lap was a 39.213. And if I'm not mistaken, is that the fastest first lap we've seen so far?
I think it just might be, Joe, and you see him pushing up to that wall a little bit more. I like what Schmeier's doing here, waiting to see if there's any adjustments in the car as he goes around, dives it down into one, little bit of a late apex there, not nearly getting down to the white line as much as I'd like to see. A good run there through 2. Again, a little bit of a cautious line. This is a little bit more of, I think what we're going on is not necessarily setting the world on fire, but just trying to be consistent, just putting those times down as consistently as possible.
I can confirm his first lap was faster than Martin's, but his second lap was definitely slower. So Jeff Schmeyer has got to pick it up from here. We see this in real life as well. Some drivers just really smooth across all the laps. Others come out like a bat out of hell and then lose it all very quickly. But that was very good. 39.379 for his third lap, Adam.
Yeah, that's our first driver to stay in the 39.3s on his third lap. So Schmeyer in a really good position, looking very smooth off of turn 2. This could be our current top driver as he comes across. He's going to come through turn 3 here. I know, Joe, I'm absolutely losing my words. This is a great run from Schmeyer.
Highest bump day qualifier.
There we go.
Let's
Yes.
that. Jeff Schmeyer, again, for those who are watching and just joining, this is bump day. This is to get into the pro split of the Majors Indy 500. The 4th time for Jeff Schmeyer puts him immediately up to the top. That's about as safe as you can get here, but not completely safe. Whoever is at the top on the 9th one will absolutely get in.
Yes, they will. So we've got to see how it goes here. We now follow Joey Haynes as he starts to work on his lap, going in through 3 and 4. Let's take a look at his line. Little bit off of the white line there, not completely dipping, not letting the car carry up. We'll have to see what this track's at. Better line through 4. I really like that. Lets the car drift up a little bit, catches it slightly, but still good running from Joey Haynes.
39.242 is decent for the first lap. 39.376 doesn't compare quite as well. And Schmeier's was a 39.342 for that second lap. So he's got to try and pick that up a little bit more than that in that number 33 machine as he flies down into turn 3. We still have those temperatures of about 84 degrees Fahrenheit. And I think it is static temperatures for this one. I need to double check on that, see whether or not it is dynamic, but they are keeping the sun at the same position to make sure everybody gets an even chance. Third lap across, 39.435. Since we've seen the marker, Adam has been keeping it into the 39.3s for that third lap. It's not looking great for Haynes.
Yeah, this is similar to Lynn Kinchlow's times, actually. Very similar to Lynn Kinchlow's times. So the average should be around there. Lynn Kinchlow currently in fourth position with a 228 miles per hour, 228.50 miles per hour for Kinchlow. So this is Joey Haynes is going to have to hope that this final lap is a little quicker, but he looks, as DJ said, a little loose. Let's see what his time is coming across the line.
Down to it. Where is this going to place him? To the yard of bricks. And it's a 39.386. He is down to the 1,000th, tied with Lynn Kinchlow. But iRacing does mark it farther than what we can tell on the timing that it shows us. So he has been put behind him. So that's just how tight it was. And that puts him into fifth.
That's a good run there for them as we now follow David Graybill. He's now doing something a little bit interesting. He is bleeding speed a little bit more on the exits of turns 2 and 4. What we saw Haynes doing on the last time was bleeding that speed into 1 and 2. So a little bit of a contrary strategy there that they're running. Little bit of a faster corner speed there for Graybill, but he loses a little bit more as he gets onto these straights.
39.208 and a 39.328. That's pretty good for the first one, but lost a full 10th. Very, very fast first lap for David Graybill. In fact, I think that was the fastest first lap yet of anybody. So can he keep this up? It's a good start, certainly helps him, but then he can't lose too much as it carries on. And down and across the line, 39.403. Decent, but he's still losing it. A minimum of 227 through the first corner, down through the second one, down to about 225 before he picks it back up again.
Yeah, this is similar to Ryan Steele's times, so look for him to be around the third or fourth. He should be a little bit faster than Kinchlow if he can keep this fourth lap up, but he's going to be around Ryan Steele and Martin and Clint Martin as well, so keep our eyes as he exits 4. Let's see what he's got.
All right, it's looked good at the beginning, but it's the overall that he needs. It's the average speed over 4 laps, and it's the fastest we've seen. 39.345, about 100th quicker, just a little more than 100th quicker than Jeff Schmeyer. So David Graybill, now your new highest qualifier here in Bump Day, which takes us to Wayne Hutchison. We have 8 cars in. Whoever is at the top after this one is definitely getting into the big show.
We're going to have to see who it is. Wayne Hutchinson in the 17 certainly would like to add his name to that list as he brings that car through 4 right there. Just a kiss on the white line, not pushing too hard. I like that there for him. There you can see those speeds on your left-hand side of your screen.
So 10 miles that these drivers have to go at the fastest they can around one of the fastest and most storied racetracks in the world. And coming down the backstretch, Wayne Hutchison's first 2 laps was a 39.212 and a 39.308. That's a pretty good average. That could probably get him well into the top 5. We'll see what the third lap looks like now.
Yeah, absolutely. So that is a very fast first lap. So, you know, a 39.212, as you said, very quick. So this third lap should be fairly telling. Coming across the line, a 39.431. He dropped off quite a bit in that third lap. Hopefully the first lap saves him a little bit. He's going to have to hope that he can hold it into the mid 39.4s on this lap. Otherwise, he's going to end up somewhere near the middle of the pack here.
It's a 224 minimum speed out of turn 2. Let's see what it looks like coming down through 3 and 4 now, as he's really wants to put this one on the top spot, if anything. Like I said, that is an absolute certainty then that you will not get bumped out if you are the top after these 9 drivers have done. But where is he going to get placed as he crosses a 39.510? Puts him into third. Not quite. He still could be in danger. That means David Graybill is our first confirmed driver into the pro split.
Yes, he is now Justin Kirby here for Black Magic Motorsports. Starts to work his way down. Very low line through 2. You've got to be a little careful running that early, that low into turn 2. There is actually a very rare occurrence here at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. There is a little hint of a bump right into the entrance of turn 2, and if you try to go a little bit too early into the corner, it can catch you, especially when you're trimmed out like this.
Liking the line right now from him. Definitely carrying as much speed as he can. Second lap, that 39.233 was a decent start, but not impressive. 39.315. Again, nothing to write home about, but he could still improve as this carries on. Let's see what the minimum speed looks like coming through 1 and 2. A 2:26. That is very good minimum speed.
Yeah, absolutely. So decent laps going on right now. The question is, if he can hang out in the 39.3s on this third lap, he's looking pretty good. But that being said, a fast first lap seems to be the current winning strategy. That's got Graybill that pole position, or that current top position right now, and he's locked in to the top split. Let's see what Justin Kirby does on this third lap as he crosses the line. Currently right now, it is in the 39.3s, so this is looking pretty good for an average time.
Yeah, this is still going to serve him quite well. Whoever is second after this one, or no, excuse me, that won't be guaranteed for second. So only Graybill. I'm confusing myself now, speaking of getting things all mixed up. So only Graybill can still be confirmed after this one, unless he gets bumped into second place. Then it's going to be Kirby and Graybill. So really what Justin wants right here is either first or second on the timing board. And as he crosses the line, it is going to be second. So Justin Kirby is now in.
All right, good run there for Justin Kirby as we now jump back to the number 4. You always love to see that shade of red here at Indianapolis, often mirrored by AJ Foyt, Mario Andretti, Parnelli Jones throughout the years have run a similar shade of that red. Little bit of a slide there coming out of turn 2. And interestingly here in setup-wise, he's running this in 5th gear the entire time. Everyone else we've seen has been running it in 6th. Plenty of discrepancy in the transmission. You can change things around here, so his qualifying set just a little bit different trying to get into that rev band.
Interesting. We'll see if it pays off as he comes around. Very fast first lap. In fact, that was our fastest first lap yet. And the second was a 39.2. I don't think we've had anybody run a 39.2 for the second lap.
Absolutely not. So this is working out for him quite well. As DJ said, a different strategy, and that seems to be paying off. This is, I mean, his first lap was blistering. We're talking an average speed somewhere in the 230 range. That is nuts around here, especially considering the fact, oh no, oh boy, let's hope that Just Connection can hang on for the rest of these laps and that he doesn't lose a time.
Yeah, that would be absolutely gutting. That would automatically put him out, essentially, unless we have a lot of people who wreck behind him here. And as he crosses the line, 39.299, still in the 39.2s. Unbelievable stuff. And the thing that I'm noticing, DJ, is he does seem to be carrying himself way closer to the outside wall than a lot of the other drivers. In fact, a 227 minimum speed.
Yeah, that is exactly what you want to be seeing running these lines here for Jeff Drake. He has got this car hooked up around here. Perfect line there through 3 as he now comes through 4. A little bit closer down. He could have run to the apex, but still good momentum out on the outside. Let's see what this next lap's got.
Whatever Jeff Drake is doing, it's working. 39.4. He lost a lot, but it was still plenty good. He is a full 1/10 of a second faster than Graybill. Usually you don't see margins like that. And now Jeff Drake is the latest to be confirmed, along with Graybill and Kirby.
Yeah, Jeff Drake was the first one to crack the 229s as far as our timing is concerned. So 229 miles an hour, 229.32. That is a blistering speed around here. Let's see whether Ray Partridge can match it.
39.205, 39.354. Good first lap. Ooh, but that looked very close to the outside wall there. Almost looked like he had to gather it up a little bit.
I was riding on board with him, Joe. He didn't really have to fight it all that much in the car, and there was no throttle liftoff, so I think he's okay, but that was definitely a hair-raising moment.
Pretty good first lap. decent-ish second lap, but let's see what the third one is after that moment off of turn 2. Did he lose anything from it? Yes, he did. 39.4. It is slowing down significantly for the 8 car.
Yeah, this is not looking good for him, and he's looking very loose off of the corners. The car very much coming unsettled for him. It's actually making him a little neutral on exits, so it's pushing him wide. He's having to catch the car, so yeah, I don't think that this is going to end up being what he needs to get in.
So as he flies through, this is where he's got to try and pick it up on this last lap down to the yard of bricks. It's not looking hopeful. To the line, reaching 231 miles an hour, and he puts it into 10th. He is officially out of it. He, Joey Haynes, Brian McGreevy, and Jason Wallet will head to the sportsman split for sure. It's the ones in between that have got to be biting their fingernails.
Yes, it does, as now it's Kurt Crum coming out across the line, able to keep that minimum speed going into the corner at a 228. That's what you want to see, but this is the real bleed-off moment. I saw it tickle down into 225, so that's a little bit slow there. Not nearly as aggressive as we've seen some other drivers be, but we'll have to see how the whole thing shakes out.
However, first person other than Jeff Drake to duck under 39.2s for the first lap, a 39.1. Let's see if there's a big drop-off on this one based on what you're telling me on those minimum speeds there through turn 2. I'm not super hopeful as he crosses the line. 39.294, still pretty fast.
Very fast, actually. A 39.294 is a great time to be setting, especially with the first lap being underneath the 39.2s. So this is a good time, and he looks actually fairly stable on that car. Maybe a little slow on exit, like you said, DJ, but honestly, he looks very comfortable, and that might be the secret to his success. But look at that, a little bit off the apex of 3. That pushes him up a little wide on through 4. So let's see, he almost gets down to the white line, but still very comfortable on exit. Let's see what this third lap is going to be.
So he gets ready to cross. It is going to be a 39.385. He's losing about a 10th every lap. And let's see what his speed is coming through. 2 this time is it must be that he's got a little trimmed out. He is way off the apex. It went down to about 225, it looked like on my screen.
Yeah, and he missed the apex there in 1 and in 2. Very, very rough stuff there for Kurt Crum. That's going to really affect his time. Little bit of a better run there through 3. Let's see how he handles turn 4. Comes down, kisses that white line, brings it back up the track, and he's going to go.
So coming to the yard of bricks, what's his lap time going to be? 39.527. He lost a lot there, but it doesn't matter because those first few laps were lightning, and he goes to second. Kurt Crum is now confirmed for the pro split. You see on the left-hand side of your screen where the margin needs to be, as the drivers who are the top 8 again will advance through. Right now, the man on the bubble for that is Ryan Steele, who sits in 8th.
Yeah, absolutely. So Ryan Steele in that 8th position, as you said, that bubble very, very close for Steele and Haynes. So look at the times, though. Look at the speeds. 229.32 for Drake. So fast for them. So yeah, I mean, this is going to be very tight for all these drivers right now. We're watching, I believe that is Ozzie Milwane taking his times around the track right now. Currently 229, 230 as he powers his way through 1 and 2.
And 39.423. This isn't looking very good. This is looking a lot more reminiscent of the first couple laps that we saw that are very quickly getting shuffled out of an opportunity to make it into the big show. So Ozzie Milwane, this is his last chance. It better be a good one. I don't think we've seen anybody improve on the laps as they go. Everybody's bled time. 39.448, very, very consistent, and it's close. He's 7th. He is so close to the bubble, but he's through for now.
And that'll be enough to at least buy him a little bit of breathing space here at this point. Only 2 drivers left to go right now. Brent Kirby, one of them, as he crosses over the yard of bricks.
Kirby's first lap, a 39.206. That's okay-ish, but he's going to have to be very good across the next few laps. We've seen the best drivers hitting under the 39.2s. on the first lap to really guarantee themselves. And at this point, he just needs to be quicker than Clint Martin, ironically, our driver who was on the pole for quite some time, whose average was a 39.380.
Yeah, let's see what this second lap gives him, because if he's still in the 39.2s, he's got a pretty good shot of making it through. So as he crosses the line of 39.316, I mean, I know he's doing better than Martin was to begin with, but let's see whether or not he can hang on to it for the next 2 laps, because if he loses a 10th like he did this lap, I don't know.
And again, some of these names that are getting bumped out are pretty significant. Ray Partridge being gone. Guys like Joey Haynes, Lynn Kinchlow is for sure out. Brian McGreevy as well. Not ones that we expected to lose from the pro split here. And would Brent Kirby be the latest to find himself being shuffled into the Sportsman 1? His third lap crosses at a 39.381. He is massively consistent.
Yeah, very, very good times there, Joe. And I have to say, that's a very impressive time, especially considering on that last lap, it looked like the rear end wanted to dance away from him ever so slightly coming through 1 and 2, but he was able to just keep the car pointed the right way. And that is the way to drive a quick lap around here at Indy. You can't respond to the rear end of the car. You've just got to keep plowing on ahead.
The line that you see on your screen under Steele there in 9th position, that is Steele is the first car that will not be going to the pro split. Will Kirby now take that place or will he manage to jump into 8th? It is a 39.438, and wow, consistency was the key. He goes into 2nd.
Yeah, great time for Brent Kirby there, able to get into that 2nd position. And now our final driver, Travis Worling, surprisingly on the cut line. Travis has been so strong this season. Let's see what he could do.
Yeah, this is the guy who's won races here in the majors, which is a pretty select group. And the 90 is not going to want to find himself taking the role of Alonso here and being the type of champion that finds himself shuffled out of a chance to race in the Indy 500. As he crosses for his 3rd lap, he's already got a 39.2 and a 39.4, so he's lost a lot of time. 39.438 for the 3rd lap. It's not looking good.
No, it's not. And a big part of that drop-off there on lap 2 is because he had a massive bobble coming into turn 3, Joe. That's what sent him off, trying to hold that line. He's another one of these drivers that has it down in 5th gear right now there, so that may be a little bit of help for him. We'll have to see. Only 2 corners to go.
Mill Wayne is on the bubble. Either Mill Wayne gets in or Worling gets in. Which is it gonna be as he comes around out of turn 4 on his 4th lap? He's down to the line. So far, it hasn't been looking good. If he could do the impossible and pick up pace on the final lap, he could do it. It's a 39.455. He doesn't pick up pace, and Worling is out. A scalp of unbelievable proportions, and he slams it into the wall in frustration. Worling's gone, but Mill Wayne gets to celebrate as he is the last one to make it in to the pro split here for Bump Day. Unbelievable drama, but that is the nature of Indianapolis, DJ.
Yes, it is. That is the beauty that comes from this. As James Hinchcliffe once said, Indianapolis is a cruel, cruel mistress, and it just came to bite Travis Worling today.
Yeah, who can forget Hinch missing out on that himself after having such a good car in previous years. But we're going to take a little step away from visuals while we take some time to take a look at the points standings here. They're going to be gridding up over in the actual race here in just a moment. But we'll start, of course, with our Pro Championship. Up at the top of that is Christian Challoner currently, who is leading by a pretty decent margin over Abramitis. But this season, he does have some competition, ironically, from his own teammates, some of which he's brought in. Nick Ottinger is behind him, as Andrew Warren and Brenton Foster will be after that with, you've got Dowd, Hill, Stevenson, Morton doing very good consistency, and Barnes down there in 10th. And, of course, we have the sportsman standings up next with Nathan Medina, who is currently sitting on the top, as Murphy Nichols is in the second position. Very, very tight fight there for that second spot. Murphy being followed by Yatito and Todd by only 4 points separating them. From there, look at the battle between Gamillion and Horvath. Deloach, there is only 5 points between those three right now, and then it drops off a little bit from there. After that, we head off into the Legends standings here.
Yeah, absolutely. And this is where Kevin Hill is currently leading Brian Barnes by 56 points. But the big story today, look at those two names right there in third and fourth. Ray Partridge, Brian McGreevy, Wayne Hutchison. Ray Partridge and Brian McGreevy are not making it to the top split. This is going to promote Wayne Hutchison just on the fact that he's in the top split alone. That will move him up into the third place by the end of today, most likely. So it's going to make something really, really interesting for sure. Looking at the rest of the points, still pretty tight down there with William Fletcher, but then we got a big gap down to Jimbo Pfeiffer, Brian Bennett, Adam Plunkett, and Kevin V. Smith.
After that is the Sportsman. And taking a look at the top of them, it is, the Legend Sport standings here. Maurice Gomillion, only 5 points between himself and Deloach. And from there, it gets very, very far down to the rest of them. So this is immediately a 2-horse race early in the season. We'll see how it goes on from there.
And in the pro team standings, you can see their Mega Racing team absolutely leading the way. Evolved Sim Sports in an island unto themselves with Forge PC Racer behind them. Dog Bear Red, Udox Lola, Dog Bear Blue. You see the fights starting to really gather in that mid-pack and separating out elsewhere.
And we are going to head on over into the next session here. The full race is coming your way in just a moment, so stick around.
iRacing is a sim racing game that combines a true-to-life racing experience with an online community of virtual racers from all around the globe. iRacing offers a multitude of officially licensed cars and tracks, laser scanned with millimeter accuracy. Their car models and mechanical systems are based on real-world physics, engineered in cooperation with manufacturers and race teams. Their skill license system ranges from rookie to pro, ensuring members are always pitted against those with similar skill sets. Members are able to sign up for a weekly race series, compete in time trials, host a private race with friends, and participate in racing leagues created and run by the community. With over 170,000 members, iRacing works in partnership with renowned motorsports organizations like NASCAR to deliver virtual races based on the real-life NASCAR Cup Series, as well as many other series on the NASCAR ladder. iRacing also features team racing, providing a variety of options for members to create and manage their own teams. Race with friends or real-world teammates in full-length endurance events like the 24 Hours of Daytona, Spa 24, or the Bathurst 12 Hour. Additional partners include IMSA, World of Outlaws, Supercars, and IndyCar, allowing members to race in their very own Indianapolis 500, Bathurst 1000, Chili Bowl, and many more iconic events. This is iRacing, delivering the most authentic racing experience short of getting into a real race car. Sign up today at iRacing.com.
How I long for my Indiana home, my
And there you see the old tradition of Back Home Again in Indiana, as sung by Bill Soup Zahn. On the pole here today, as we are on the pace lap, Nick Ottinger is going to be flanked by Austin Espedy with Liam Quinn and Rob Powers. It'll be Mark Stevenson, followed by Brian Lockwood in 6th, Daniel Johnson 7th, and Riley Thompson P8. Christian Challoner, surprising 10th here today. You've also got Abramitis behind him in 12th, so there's an interesting name that didn't make it very high up the order. Lyndon Swaby going to be starting from 18th. And of course, you've got those down in the bottom 10 that, the bottom 8, I should say, that made it into this 33-car field, as is tradition here at Indy. As the pace car peels in, Ottinger has control of the field. The NASCAR star is going to try his hand at open wheels as he waits for the green flag. And he is on it. Great start there for the 25 as he flies down to the first corner. Is everybody going to be clean into here? This is always a treacherous start for any race here in the history of racing. So far, so good through much of the field. We saw them flying out of one, and it looks like we're going to be able to at least get to the backstretch.
Yes, we are. Ooh, a little bit of contact up in front. Who is that around? That looks like Andrew Wood. I think Challoner's involved in it.
Christian Challoner is involved in a huge wreck behind as well, with Christian Challoner, Jeff Drake, Rob Powers, Wayne Hutchison, Andrew Wood, a huge wreck on lap 1. This looks very similar to the international race.
Rob Powers was the one that got shoved from the side. He was side by side with, looks like Mark Stevenson. Let's see if we can find it. And that just unfortunately sent the 47 up into the wall. A bunch of drivers had to scatter to try to avoid Wood, Abramitis, Challoner. So there's 2 of the mega team racing drivers out of a spare car immediately. Oh, and then someone had a late hit there.
Now you say out, now remember, it's important to say, like you said, they have a spare car available, but this is going to put them a lap down immediately to start this race. There you see him get to the outside wall, and then he can't do anything but drift across the track. He's trying to lock it down, but he's just on the floor pan, and that's Christian Challoner, who absolutely gets destroyed there.
And remember, this is IndyCar rules. There's no lucky dogs here. If you want to get a lap back, you got to do it the old-fashioned way with some trickery, trying to stay out under cautions as others take pit stops. And you can't always bank on that. Huge damage. And yeah, drivers who cannot drive it back to pit lane are going to have to take a tow and take that spare car. Looks like Andrew Wood is one of those. I see Jeff Drake amongst them, Rob Powers. I think, yeah, Christian Challoner drove it back in, and so did Wayne Hutchison, maybe? No, Wayne Hutchison did not come in. He was not involved.
And Tom Abramitis as well. So that's 2 Team Mega Racing drivers who were involved in that wreck, who were able to come in and out of the pits. They're not at the back of the field, but they've used their spare cars, which is not ideal, but they're at least still on the first lap, or the lead lap rather.
Well, we've got a chance now to try and get us into the race details of this event. If you don't know how the Indy 500 is run, just in case we have some people who are uninitiated, it is going to be a 200-lap event here for this one. And it is in the Dallara IR18, the modern Indy car that is currently being run in the real series. They have a 26 incident limit. Now, I don't know many people are going to be able to reach 26 incidents and still be running out here, but they will be pulled from the session immediately if they do somehow manage to find that. And as we mentioned, they have a spare car, so if they do get into a wreck like we just witnessed, they can get back out there, but it's going to be a major setback in a race where you want to be out front and in clean air, DJ.
Yes, it is. These Indy cars, despite all the tools, and we'll talk about this a little bit more as previewed before, you will be able to use those ANSI roll bars. You will be able to use the weight jacker to kind of help you get some more grip through the corners and to get around the corners. But these cars like to be in clean air. They like to be running with no draft in front of them through these high-speed corners. If you're running back in the pack, you're going to have to lift a little bit coming through the corners, and you may have to get a little bit creative in the way to try to get past here. So it's going to be tricky, I think, for guys like Challoner, like Abramitis, that find themselves at the back of the field to move their way forward.
Well, and unfortunately, against what a lot of drivers were hoping for here, Adam, it's very hot today as well. It's 114 Fahrenheit on the track surface. Now, air temperature is not too bad. About 80 Fahrenheit would be a little steamy for the audience here in the virtual world, but it's that track temperature that everybody was concerned with, and that probably is going to make for a very difficult day for anybody who's at the back.
Yeah, not as hot as it was 3 or 4 years ago in the real Indy 500. But that being said, that 10-mile-per-hour wind is also something that I'm a little concerned about, because that's going to make you a little bit unstable going through the corners. So we're already seeing some people decide to take to the pits, possibly get just a little bit of fuel. Lyndon Swab is going to be the first one to jump in. Brian Barnes as well hopping into the pits. We see Justin Kirby jumping in. So quite a few drivers are going to be taking their fuel, taking some fuel right now. So very, very interesting for sure.
DJ and I have both been to multiple Indy 500s, regularly attending. DJ, I don't know about you, but I went through a lot of water bottles in that one.
Yeah, that one, and back in 2012 as well, I remember going through quite a bit of water. Memorial Day weekend in Indiana, it's a roll of the dice, whether it's going to be chilly, gorgeous, or just beyond ridiculously hot. And 9 times out of 10, you're going to end up with the latter.
Yeah. Well, last year was actually fantastic. It was the most beautiful Indy 500 I'd ever been to. I actually wore pants at that one instead of shorts. It was nice and cool when we arrived that day. But looks like, I believe, lights are out on the pace car. So we're going to get going this time by. It is still Ottinger, Espedy, Quinn, your top 3 on this restart. So one of the mega team racing drivers, Ottinger, is still leading, but 2 of his teammates already set back. He's still got Brian Lockwood behind him in 5th on this restart.
Yeah, absolutely, and worth noting, it's single file restarts, as we mentioned the race details. So single file restarts up at the top of the track, and the drivers are not allowed to break line until they reach the start finish line, unlike the real Indy rules. So this is going to be a little bit more of a respectful start, but we've seen an accordion effect affect these drivers in the international sport, where they had a wreck shortly coming to the green here. Let's see whether that happens again.
Yeah, they were advised about the accordion effect on these cars, and hopefully everybody is paying attention here. They're all waiting for the green, and Ottinger decides to go now. Green flag is back out. We're racing yet again on lap 5. It's a very good start for 3rd place Liam Quinn. He elects not to try and make a move for that 2nd place, though. Just getting them underway for the time being as we fly through the short chute down towards turn 2. Looks like a couple moves towards the back, but otherwise the front of the field didn't really try and do much. Somebody going way wide on the exit of 2 there.
Yeah, I'm not sure who that was. And you notice here, whoa, what a run there from Austin Espedy, poking his nose out to the high line. You saw Liam Quinn doing that earlier, coming out high like that. That is to get clean air on the front wing. Any little inch of clean air that you can get going to be massively helpful, as yet another big run. Here comes Espedy.
Our first lead change of the evening. That's Austin Espedy back up to P1 now, or firstly up to P1, as he has not led yet in this race. Ottinger just going to sit behind him. Liam Quinn falling back slightly, but not too far behind that he needs to fret right now. He's still being followed by Stevenson. Brian Lockwood hanging tough in that 5th position.
I used to race with Espedy in another IndyCar league, so IndyCar is definitely his sweet spot. So expect to see Espedy up here at the front for most of the day. I know that we don't see him around the very front of the field that often, but we'll see him up here a lot today because of his expertise. Nick Ottinger hanging on to the back quite effectively, but they're starting to break the gap to Liam Quinn, who's got some heavy pressure for Mark Stevenson into 1.
Ooh, yeah, in fact, Stevenson's going to try and make the move. He gets inside, but he washes out, nearly takes out Quinn in the process. Thankfully, they avoid that mess. And I feel like this is going to be a point that we have to reiterate a lot in the first half of this race, DJ. It is all about getting to the end here.
Yes, it is. One of the greatest drivers to ever drive around this Howland Speedway, Rick Mears, used to start off relatively poorly in races. He may qualify on pole, but you'd see him drop back through the field. Well, that was because he would spend the entirety of the race just tuning the car to be perfect for the final 10 laps. And so that's what you need to have. That's the kind of mentality you need to have to be able to run a good Indianapolis 500.
Clearly, the slipstream is going to be strong this evening, as Espedy and Ottinger have now twice traded the lead since we last mentioned it. And it's going to be Austin back up to the front Yeah, I remember seeing Austin over in the Lionheart series running quite well, and we just heard mention of that, DJ, that the specialists often come out for certain types of racing.
Sorry, Joe. I just saw Steve Driscoll coming through coming through turn 2 this last lap. Had the most terrifying ride. He was sideways through the entire turn 2 and managed to save it.
Oh, yeah, and still running 14th. Not too bad. He was having quite a bit of back and forth racing with Nick Kuhn about a lap ago, so not sure if that was involved in that and if he had any help. But regardless, at least he's still rolling as we're already on lap 9. But I was going to say, DJ, that we see specialists come in a lot in the majors here since they run such a variety of cars and tracks, but the IndyCar especially requires such precision. It's unbelievable, the guys that are able to find speed here.
Yeah, it really is, Joe. And, you know, Indianapolis is deceptively tricky. You look at it at the overhead map and you think, okay, it's like pretty much any other oval that you're running, but it really and truly isn't. Even going down into turn 1 and turn 3, which in theory should be identical corners, are wildly, wildly different. You have got to just know how to drive this car perfectly.
And a swap for third. Stevenson got Quinn that time, managed to get to the inside and did not wash out, as back and forth we go for the top spot. Now, I'm kind of curious, Adam, a lot of times in other draft races, especially on the roadside, we talk about doing this sort of leapfrog game to gain speed, actually, to get away from everybody behind. Is that what happened in here? Does this actually make you a little bit faster?
Well, it's an older strategy with the way that the aerodynamic model of the IndyCar works in the current day on iRacing. This strategy is not quite as effective. As you can see, Mark Stevens has actually gained about 2/10 over the last 3 laps on Ottinger and Espedy. So they're both trying to reduce the amount of time they spend behind each other and reduce the amount of time, the off-throttle time. But to be honest with you, the pole is not quite working as well as they would like. Mark Stevenson still able to gain on them a little bit as they're doing these swaps.
And I wonder if Stevenson was being held up by Quinn, because he's dropped him like a bad habit and is flying forward 0.7 of a second from the 51 to the 25 car. We still have 32 drivers out here. Looks like Clint Martin was not able to start this race, unfortunately. Not sure why he did not miss it. And we got a bit of a battle as well between Lockwood, one of our mega team racing drivers, and Riley Thompson in there in 5th and 6th.
Yeah, and these two have been really, really going at it. Lockwood just trying to hold him behind here a little bit at the moment. As there you see a big look to the outside there for Riley Thompson, the Forge driver, trying to see what he can do.
Going way high, Riley Thompson using some of that oval experience maybe to try the outside line, which usually isn't a thing at Indianapolis, but I've seen stranger things out here. He's going to catch up, but doesn't go for it. Just trying to find some clear air, and wow, whoa, around the outside, and he makes it stick. How in the world did Riley Thompson make that pass?
Well, it's a green track to start this race because we didn't have qualifying and we just had practice out here today, so there's not any marbles up there. There's not any grip on the rest of the track either. Riley's trying to build in a second groove by hanging out there on the top side, and that's working for him.
We'll call that the Rossi line. He's pulled that move before as well on restarts, but this is well after the restart. I can't believe the 56 made that work. Keep your eye on Riley Thompson. He's got some tricks up his sleeve.
Yes, he does, Joe. That was impressive indeed, and he stole the words right out of my mouth. I was going to call that the Rossi line myself, as he is one to make that work. I believe Pagano also making that work a couple of years ago as well.
So we have had a few good movers here in these early stages. I know we haven't been talking much about these swaps here, but it looks like these are kind of a non-event between Espedy and Ottinger, just repeatedly letting each other lead back and forth. And we get a caution trying to find it, Rob Powers, and he was involved in the first one, so that's probably day done for him. This time, he was not shoved to the outside. Turn 2 bit him all on its own, and badly.
Yeah, he could not find his way to the apex. The thing just pushed in the center of the corner, and he hits the outside wall and then the inside wall badly. Fortunately, everyone else was able to avoid him. Let's watch it here. Here he comes through 2. He just can't get to the apex. He's turning the wheel further left. It's not going, and then whammo.
just enough of a clip that it sent it spearing back across the track, and those who just edged by at the back of the field were grateful that he didn't pop back across any quicker than he already was. So it's going to slow us up once again, and Espedy was leading when that caution came out, so he will be our top man. Still a little too early for pit stops, I got to think, unless you're towards the back of the field, so probably not going to see anybody in quite yet.
No, I wouldn't imagine so. Drivers in the back are going to opt to come in here because it'll put them on an off-cycle strategy, and if they're able to catch a yellow at the right time later on in the race, it can help them jump up the field. But I think the leaders here, you stay out. Even with the hot track temperatures, don't go for a new set of Firestones here. Just keep running along.
Espedy hanging low. Probably going to fake it, I would imagine, or not. He's not to the commitment cone yet. Is he going to pull off to the side? No, he actually is going in. Wow. And a lot of drivers are going in. So they have unlimited tires.
Yeah.
And Tim Tomez is going to be staying out in the 053 in the meantime.
Yeah, he was our hardest charger before we came to this yellow flag, and so he's going to give a shot for the track position. But this totally makes sense to me, Joe. With such a hot track and how hard these guys have been pushing, you want those tires. And if everyone's going to follow you down the lane, I mean, you're not going to lose many positions, are you?
I didn't expect everybody to follow him down the lane, though. I thought that they'd try and run it until the end of the fuel window, and coming off the line, that was very close, but it looks like Espedy beat Ottinger out. Graybill, also from the very back of the field from 29th, decided to stay out and get himself some position. In fact, those two are teammates, Tomez and Graybill, on the Scours team. Both racing here today. We got to see them run in the Sim Racers for Mental Health Indy 500 last weekend.
Yes, we did indeed, as this is the month of May, and iRacing putting on a lot of different Indy 500 themed events here, and so a lot of these drivers will sort of come out of the woodwork in May and just run Indianapolis after Indianapolis after Indianapolis, Joe.
Driscoll still in pit lane. Now, is Driscoll getting repairs, or what's happening here? Not sure. Was he involved in another incident? Let me see if he was part of that first one and maybe just got a little bit of a small touch. No, he wasn't involved in the first one, so not sure why Driscoll came in and spent a whole minute in there, unless maybe he was speeding in pit lane, because it does look to be about a minute stop for him.
Yeah, absolutely. So unfortunately for him, it looks like Mark Stevenson is getting an end-of-the-line penalty.
Oh.
This is interesting.
Well, and Stevenson was up front, wasn't he?
He was closer to the front, but I don't see him with a black flag listed, so this is an interesting moment here, and he's having to wait. He's parking the car almost.
That must have been a speeding penalty on the way out. I do believe iRacing gives you... Yeah, there you go. He's letting Driscoll by. That's why he had to slow down so much. And just got notice that they are not going green yet. Did they extend it? I don't see a message from the stewards.
No, I don't believe they extended it. I think this is going to be... Well, I believe they did. So I think Stevenson was trying to back off to keep this from happening, but since Driscoll had yet to pass Stevenson by the time the pace car crossed the line, I believe they extended it by a lap.
Gotcha. Yeah, so I think maybe they were just trying to avoid any sort of wonkiness there with the iRacing yellow flag rules. Okay, then. So Tomez and Graybill will start with clean air in front of them. Will that make any sort of difference, especially considering the speed that we've seen from Espedy and Ottinger early on in the race? And Quinn gets a second breath at life now that Stevenson has been pushed out of the way, and Quinn could potentially, get himself a victory, another victory, I should clarify here today, if he could just hang on to the back of Austin and Nick. Quinn, another one of those drivers that is known as an IndyCar specialist.
Yeah, he's one that'll definitely come alive. And remember, I do want to point out here that Graybill was the 4th driver that we saw in that bump qualifying. So for him to be able to be up in this position is a bit of a statement of intent. Now, we're going to have to see how these tires wear out. We're going to have to see what the pace is. But I like the fact that both of these drivers are teammates up front, and they'll be able to work together a little bit, Joe. Maybe not necessarily, as Adam was talking about, doing the leapfrogging, as that's not as effective as it used to be, but just creating a little bit of a blockage in the track and preventing some of the really fast guys like Ottinger and Espedy on by.
That's a good point. So as we come to the 1 to go now, we now have 31 drivers out on track as Powers has been having to sit and wait for repairs. I'm not sure if he's going to be getting back on course. He is allowed to. I need to double check to see whether there will be any minimum speed rules out here, though, because obviously they don't want anybody to be a danger to the other drivers, even if they can get the car fixed and out on track. But Jeff Drake is our last driver rolling, as he is in 32nd place, about 7 laps down from the leaders.
Yeah, absolutely. So this is going to be an interesting restart for sure. We got those 2 teammates up front. We got Austin Espedy, who very wily on restarts. The man can get a restart quicker than just about anybody if he could get it right. We got Nick Ottinger, our pole sitter, tucked in behind. Liam Quinn, who's no slouch. We got Riley Thompson, who made that amazing outside move, and it's showing that even though he hasn't been racing the majors a lot this season, that he's absolutely got it, still got it up there. We got Brian Lockwood, Daniel B. Johnson, Andrew Marquez, who was another driver who was able to get into this qualifying session. We got Brian Halleck as your top 10. So quite a few great drivers out there right now in the top 10.
I need to also dig up my stats to see who all has taken wins in the Indy 500, because that's been a fascinating one. This is, as we mentioned, the 10th anniversary, the 10th running of the Majors Indy 500. So it's been around for a bit now, and a few drivers have multiple wins, but I don't think we have any 3-time winners, at least on the Americas regions yet, as the green flag is back out and Tomez is on it. So as they fly down to the first corner, let's see whether or not Espedy and Ottinger are going to start to challenge them. And they do have the lapped car mixed in there with Andrew Wood. So don't forget about him there, 3rd in line.
Yeah, Wood, they're going to help create a little bit of a buffer there for them. Espedy's going to want to try to get by as fast as he can. Now, the other option here that Espedy has is he can let Tomez and Graybill run away a little bit if he wants to. He knows that they're on that alternate strategy and that he's not really in a race with them. And what he can maybe be able to do is just stick up behind Andrew Wood, save his tires, save his fuel a little bit, and try to extend this stint a little bit longer.
David overtakes Tim. Tim overtakes David. So it is same verse, same song, different verse here, as we've got 2 different drivers that look like they're going to try and swap back and forth. But they've not gone by Andrew Wood yet. He is still hanging out in that 30th position, 3rd in line, up amongst the top runners. So at least we get to see a calm restart, as we're not seeing a whole lot of action up at the front.
There's a decent amount of side-by-side passing just because of the draft going through turns 1 and 2 on this second lap of the restart. But now things are starting to even out a little bit more. The back of the pack starting to speed up a tiny bit. Wayne Hutchison looks like he had a little bit of an issue exiting 4, which has dropped him back. But our leaders now starting to do the swap game. I mean, when Austin Espedy starts to do something, most people take notice and give it a shot at least.
Indeed, and so far, so good for the pair of them. But you mentioned they were off strategy here. That's where their downfall could be, because we're looking at what, about 30 to 35 laps for most drivers, I think, at max on green flag racing. Now we've had 2 cautions, so that 35 probably looks feasible, DJ. But if we stay green for a while, then poor David and Tim are going to have to lose a lot of time. In fact, possibly even a lap here if they have to pit.
Yeah, they should be able to make their way around without going a full lap down if they're quick enough coming into the box, but that is really, really dependent. I can tell you, riding on board with Austin Espedy, Espedy seems to be just very content right now. He's doing a lot of lifting and coasting through the corners. He's not really pushing that hard. I think he is in fuel conservation mode right now.
There you see the speeds that he's able to run. up to 230 miles an hour by the end of the straight, and that's in race conditions as well. It's difficult to fathom until you actually see it in person, just how fast that is and how quickly these machines move through the air. That's why they call it the greatest spectacle in racing. And down into turn one, SPD still hanging out in that third spot, still not trying to push the issue towards the front.
Sorry, Joe, but looks like we had a wreck from Vincent Leherbier. He's going very slowly. He's wrecked on the front stretch. He's trying to keep it going, but he can't control the car. This is going to bring out a caution. Oh, he was able to tow it right in time. No caution.
All right, so the leaders were not back to him. So he was in the clear, and the iRacing service decided that was enough. But wow, Vincent Leherbier, who is another usually fast driver, finding himself with a huge setback early in this race.
Yeah, he clipped the inside curb of turn 4, Joe, and ended up hitting. Fortunately, he was towards the back of the pack, and that's why it didn't bring out the caution.
So continue to watch our top two just trade back and forth, back and forth. We often say in endurance racing, if you're going to have a problem, you want to have a problem early so you can make up for it later on. But I'm afraid as much of an endurance race this is, going multiple laps down is not going to be easy to overcome for Vincent. Back onto the front stretch, getting ready to hit lap 25 now. So we're starting to make inroads, and I'm hearing a lot of chatter from Mark Stevenson. I think Lyndon Swaby, who he's following, is having some connection issues or something, because he's been complaining about a car jumping.
Yeah, that is what it is there. You can see just in the foreground of that shot, Swaby blinking in and out of existence. That is from a faulty, a little bit of a bad internet connection for those unfamiliar with the iRacing service. And what that does is when that car disappears, the draft that you are getting from in front of it also disappears. It takes it away. So for those moments, especially coming down the long backstretch there, that is going to be massively detrimental.
Almost, I guess you could compare it to maybe a car in front of you spitting oil. It's just extremely irritating and slightly dangerous, maybe in a bit of a different way. Also, we had a change between Quinn and Lockwood. Liam got up into 6th recently, made the pass for that one, and now sizes up Riley Thompson. Although after one of the passes we saw Riley Thompson make, I think I'd be more concerned with just sitting behind and taking notes.
Yeah, absolutely. So I think that's a lot of what's going to go on is drivers just hanging out right now. They're trying to set some laps, trying to not make a mistake, try to get to the end of this fuel window for all the drivers. They just took that pit stop. So Austin Espedy definitely not in a hurry to get anything done with Graybill or Tomes, and not in a hurry to get his way by the lap car either. So yeah, absolutely just hanging out, getting, starting to they figured out some fuel numbers and starting to hit those.
Leherbier is back out on the track. He's 3 laps down. He even lifted a little bit so that he didn't emerge right in the midst of the leaders. I think he knows that from here he's compromised and just needs to try and log laps and hopes that he can see the checkered flag and scalp some spots. So we might be losing Lyndon Swaby, who seems to have disappeared for quite some time. And yeah, he is in and out for huge chunks for me. We'll get a message if he loses too much of connection from there. That'd be sad to see Peg Leg also not get to see the finish of this one, as we check out a little bit of a battle now coming through the short chute and onto the back stretch. That's way, way high, and he keeps it out of it. My goodness.
I don't know how Christian, well, I do know it's Christian Challoner. That's how he did it, Joe, that's how he was able to get it. But having a little bit of a log jam directly up ahead of him, this is going to get a little bit hairy for the reigning champion.
No place to go to try and get some clean air. Milwain in front of him, who's going to overtake on Leherbier, who's a lap down. Leherbier, again, just trying to stay out of the way. So Christian back up into 16th and still on the lead lap, but without a spare car now.
Yeah, keeping my eyes on Christian. He's been really struggling to cut through the pack, especially Milwain. Milwain's been giving him a big problem. He's been tucked in behind Milwain since the beginning of the last restart. He's got his best run now, but Milwain's been cutting his nose off on the entry of the corners because Christian will poke his nose out just like this, get within about a car length, then Milwain will stay in the draft and just drop down to the bottom side like he's doing there, take the air off the nose of Challoner, and Challoner has to back off, otherwise he'll push out into the outside wall. This is burning up his right front, DJ.
Yeah, it really and truly is, and that is not what he wants to have happen. He is going to need to try to figure something out here. Now, as I said, what he can be doing here is if he's not getting the grip through the corner that he wants, and it looks like now he's able to get it. It looks like running that high side was a little bit optional. What I was going to say that he could do is he can lower the front anti-roll bar, make it a little bit softer, and that means that he'll have a little bit more grip through that front corner of the turn-in phase of the corner. That can help him a little bit, but he'll have to see.
I almost want to compare Christian Challoner a bit to a Dixon-esque sort of character here at Indy in the majors. As we continue to watch now Tomez and Graybill swap once again. Scott Dixon's so dominant over in IndyCar, and Christian Challoner dominant here in the majors, but has always kind of had a bit of bad luck at Indy. Just, you'd expect he'd be one that's been rifling off win after win at this track, but not really.
Yeah, well, I mean, that's not exactly how the luck works around Indy. It's really the luck befalls the driver who has the most patience, who is in the right place at the right time. Christian Challoner just really has not been that driver here at Indianapolis. He's been able to pull it off with raw speed and just impressive talent in other places, but here at Indy, you have to have the right luck as well as the right car.
Right now, the luck seems to be working out for Tomez and Graybill, who keep leading, but it won't last forever because we're now into lap 32 here, and I kind of wonder if they're going to find themselves having to make green flag pit stops and be massively disadvantaged as we come through the backstretch. Christian Challoner, can he finally get this one done? He's down to the inside. And I think he might actually be past Milwain. No, Milwain still denies him.
And Joe, that is not the only time we're seeing the high line here have a little bit of efficacy. It's working well for drivers. We may have a little bit of a two-groove racetrack out here going today.
And that's what Riley Thompson was trying to build up, Joe, was that second lane. I think him spending, the first two stints up there on that high line. Christian Challoner, you see him trying to build it up a little bit too, as Milwain gets extremely loose on the exit of two. I think these drivers are trying to go up there on purpose to make sure that they can make passes later in the race.
Huh. So drawing back to maybe Texas earlier this year, realizing that could pay dividends if you got the car that's comfortable enough. Yeah, watch it right here out of the slipstream of the car ahead, not experiencing the wake. And it looks pretty stable to me on board with Christian.
Yeah, he's really got it toned in. Let's watch him again as he comes through the corner. Now, the obvious advantage of being able to run this high side is twofold. Number one, it's actually threefold. Number one, you're going to be able to carry a little bit more momentum through the corner. You don't have to lift off nearly as much. Number two, you're going to be able to save those tires a little bit more because you're not jerking the car through the corner nearly as much. You're not forcing it down in that low line. And number three, which helps both of the other points, which is that you're able to run in a little bit more clean air. You're able to get a little bit of clean air on the front nose of that car, and that's going to help your handling overall.
I can report that Lyndon Swaby is out of the session now, and it looks like it wasn't him being removed by iRacing. He has quit himself. So the 424 is our second retirement, potentially, unless Rob Powers decides to come out, in which case only Lyndon Swaby will be gone from this race. And we just have a couple more laps to go before this pair are likely to disappear from the front, but more because of fuel than anything.
Whoa! And here they come.
Ooh, that was a very late move. And what was that smoke for coming off the corner?
That was because Graybill almost lost it coming off of 4. He managed to save it, and they both made pit lane speed, but that was a terrifying moment for David Graybill.
Wow. Okay, so they are in. And they have to pit at lap 35. That's with 2 cautions. That gives us very valuable information. Everybody else too, DJ, I'm pretty sure those that have crew chiefs, actual physical crew chiefs, are making frantic notes from that.
Yeah, I'm sure they are as well, Joe. And that's one of the things about Indianapolis. Your head has to be on a swivel to figure out not only what you are doing, but what everybody else around you is doing. This is a learning experience for all of these drivers, as this track has never raced the same way twice.
Well, this gets interesting now because Andrew Wood is at the front of the line with Austin Espedy chasing. But Andrew Wood is on, well, the last one on the lead lap, I guess is the way to put it. So Espedy would probably want to get by unless those two are working together.
Oh, I mean, I wouldn't go by. And unless I think Andrew's holding me up, I'm going to save fuel tucked in behind Andrew Wood. I know that it's not great following him through the corners, but if Austin's thinking about a fuel number, I'd just hang out.
And yes, I do believe they are teammates looking at the cars. So it's similar paint schemes. Might be sister teams, but it looks like these two could be running together intentionally as well. And Andrew Wood maybe helping tow him along to try and, as you said, save fuel. 38 laps into this. Last time they were in was 22 laps ago. So they got a bit of a buffer before they need to go in, which is very bad news for Tomez and Graybill, who are just up the road, unless they're quick enough that they can try and run away from them and keep from being lapped. But if they catch up to them and a caution comes out, then they're going to find themselves effectively trapped a lap down.
Yeah, Joe, and what they want to have happen is they want to let this pit stop cycle itself back around and get about 15 to 20 laps into this next stint for these leading drivers, and then a yellow to come out, and that would equalize the field and allow for Tomez and Graybill to pit in the lead of the field. That's what we call going off cycle, is hoping for those yellows to fall your way.
Exactly. And Adam, I know we're making a big deal out of the fuel, and some people are probably wondering, it's only lap 39. Why make such a deal out of it at this point? I can tell you from multiple Indy 500s, thinking about fuel from the very, very start makes a huge difference by the end.
Andrew Wood jumps into the pits now, so he's definitely thinking about fuel himself. Austin Espedy is going to have to start thinking about fuels. Ottinger and Lockwood are going to be brought in to touch with Espedy. But yes, as you said, I mean, think about how Alexander Rossi got his fame in IndyCar. It was that fuel win at the Indianapolis 500. Fuel is absolutely the name of the game around this track, and it's the name of the game in IndyCar, to be honest with you. It has been ever since they started running the Dallara chassis, and this is absolutely the way the game is played around here. So no surprise that the high-end drivers on this field are thinking about fuel.
So watching through the order, I see a few big movers. It looks like Ozzie Milwane and Jeff Schmeyer have both gained 13 spots from the beginning. Both of those coming in from the bump day qualifying and managing to then make good on the opportunity. They're not letting that one go. As right now on your screen, watching Espedy, Ottinger, and Lockwood. That's your top three still racing, with the orange cars being the Team Mega Racing teammates, just continuing to work together.
Yeah, I love the paint scheme that they're running here. Obviously a throwback to the old Johnny Rutherford McLaren days that used to run around here. So very, very good to see that from Mega. They've had some really fantastic schemes over the course of this year. But yeah, these teammates working together a little bit here. And I wouldn't be surprised to see Lockwood being the one that's saving a lot of fuel. I think Ottinger probably able to get a little bit, especially now that he's able to close up behind Espedy more here. But all three of these top drivers definitely thinking about the fuel game. They've got about a second of a gap back to Riley Thompson.
So maybe these are the three that we need to keep an eye on, at least for now. That could always change and adapt as the race goes on. In fact, the temperatures on the track surface have increased significantly since we started this race. It's up to 120 degrees Fahrenheit now. It cooled down to 109 at one point, but since then it has just fired its way northward. And drivers have had an unrelenting hot track underneath that rubber.
Yeah, there's some patchy clouds around, but it's really nothing that looks like it's going to be threatening the racetrack, or we're probably not going to get, a blessed cloud like we had back what is it, 2016, where we had that cloud come over the track just for a bit. I don't think we're going to see that today. It's pretty much going to be just dead heat the entire time, 120 degrees on track. And yeah, these cars that are later on their stints, they're starting to slide around a little bit. I'm taking a look at Lockwood, who's starting to slide around a bit. Austin Espy sliding around, so very interesting for sure.
And that goes to one of the things that you brought up earlier, DJ, the tools inside the car. We hear that talked about in the real world broadcast as well, the drivers needing to use all that's available to help the handling.
Yeah, and as this stint goes along, what you'll see is at the beginning of the stint, drivers will, particularly, let's talk about the weight jacker here. Now, that is the right rear spring, and that affects the ride height of that right rear, and it helps the car turn a little bit. And the effect that you're going to feel in the car itself is it will be looser on corner exit. Now, that's really, really great when you're following in the dirty air like Nick Ottinger is right now. It allows you to not get that sort of neutral feeling that Adam talked about earlier where you just drift up the track. The problem is that when you get farther on into the stint, these tires are less sticky. You need to crank down the weight jacker a little bit, actually raise that right rear ride height, and that will calm the rear of the car down a little bit. It'll make it a little bit more planted. You may have to back off through the corners, but you're not going to have a sudden moment of snap oversteer as you come out of the corner and smack the wall.
Christian Challenger just got Ozzie Milwane, Joe. Finally got the job done, but it took him a good 20 laps.
I saw the exact same thing you did. I was heading there myself. So up to, well, 13th. So that's halfway through the fields. I think if he has that much trouble with more drivers in front of him, he's going to have to maybe try a bit of an off-strategy move here to get some track position at some point. We'll see what he does now that Eric Smith is the next in line in front of him. Also, Tomez and Graybill have not been caught yet. They're still out there rolling. In fact, I think they've got Andrew Wood directly behind them now.
Yes, they do, Joe. They're running a nice little three-car train here right now. So Wood hoping to be able to catch up to the back of them. I think he would actually prefer to be in front of them at this point, just if the yellow were to come out to try to get a little bit more track position, maybe get that lap back. As we said early on in the broadcast, no lucky dogs here, not running NASCAR-style rules. This is IndyCar where you have got to fight for your lap back.
And Milwane pits in. And, okay, this makes sense, actually. It looks like the last stint is now, we're at 31 laps for most of the drivers, but Milwane is the first to blink.
Oh,
they missed his pit stall.
Oh, that's going to be hard to, that's going to be 2 or 3 seconds that he's going to lose on pit lane. That's going to lose him 3 or 4 spots on track at least. And yeah, he's going to go a lap down here to Espedy.
Critical moments for him. But now when do we see our other drivers pit in? Looks like Daniel Johnson. That's one of our top 10s. So he's coming in. I'm a bit surprised at the variety of pit strategy we are seeing in this. I kind of would have thought, especially with so many of them coming on the same lap, DJ, that it'd be everybody into the pool at the same time.
Yeah, I'm a little surprised as well, Joe, but I think it's probably a tire call that's forcing these guys to come in a lap or two early, thinking that they can maybe get a little bit of an undercut to be able to keep going around a little bit faster as your leader, Austin Espedy, now pulls in.
Oh, but Ottinger and Lockwood stay out. Okay. And some are having better fuel mileage than others. This might be partly down to setup. This might be partly down to what they're doing in traffic out there. We have seen the mega racing drivers using one another to maybe save a bit of that fuel, just working as a team. And that may have made the difference. They're on lap 33 now. So as Espedy hits his stall, takes fuel and tires and is on his way out. It looks like also Marquez is in the number 63 car. I saw one of the Evolve cars go by. I'm not sure who that was.
Yeah, there's some good moves going on track right now as people start to realize that this pit cycle is happening. Nick Kuhn's going to drop in front of Nathan Dowd, and so is Brian Halleck. Liam Quinn's into the box as well. It's Riley Thompson, so quite a few drivers that look at that. That's Austin Espedy coming out ahead at the guys he was challenging, and here is Milwane, I believe, trying to make a move. There's tons of things happening on track. Here's Espedy getting past.
This is where it's the danger zone for Austin Espedy. He's trying to make passes with drivers on different tires than him, different strategy. His car might be handling one way, but there's a complete different one.
Yeah, exactly. And remember, this is what these guys wanted to have happen. Tomez and his teammate Graybill, as we've got the Mega drivers coming down pit lane here, it looks like.
So they're finally in. Hardman is in. Lot gain from Eric Smith, who pits behind him. Christian Challoner finally pitting as well. We're finally hitting the end of the stint. How about a nod to Jeff Schmeyer, who made it 35 laps on his stint?
All right, so I'm keeping my eyes on Austin Espedy as we see these Mega Racing Team drivers hit their boxes. Looks like Challoner, I'm not sure whether he missed his or not, but here we go with some of the drivers heading out onto track again, and Austin Espedy absolutely ripping by. He's gapped them by a long shot.
And Nathan Dowd did one better, 36 laps on his stint. He's finally pitting, the last one to come in, and this will mean as Ottinger and Espedy get up to speed, Tomez around the outside will get by Ottinger, but not Espedy.
Yellow.
And we have a caution. That worked beautifully for Tomez and Graybill.
Nathan Dowd is currently in the pits from the lead. This is really interesting because as the leaders are going to go by him, he's going to have to figure out where he comes out in all of this because the leaders are slowing down. Is Nathan Dowd going to retain the lead of this race? I don't believe so because he's in pit lane, and that's contact with the wall. Who is that?
Vincent Laherbier was the one that brought out the caution. So the 027, was there somebody else that you saw?
No, that was Laherbier. Laherbier was trying to come into the pits and just couldn't get stopped in his box. But this was a spin off of turn 4 as Laherbier was trying to come. He wasn't even trying to come to the pits. He just lost it coming through 4, DJ.
Yeah, he did. Just let it run up the track here. We can watch it happen. Tries to go down a big wide arc on that corner. Tries to let it go, and the car just let go. I wonder if he touched the grass down on the inside.
Well, he was one of the ones that that had to take repairs and get back out on the track. I wonder if he had some leftover damage or what, but he is now officially out of this race. And our latest retiree in our third caution, yes, third caution of the day on lap 51.
Well, this definitely changes the strategies for everybody a little bit. Most people have come in and pit, but remember what you said, DJ and Joe, about Tim Tomez and David Graybill. They got their 15 laps that they were looking for, so they're going to be coming into the pits, but this is going to cycle them right to the back of the field again.
So it still isn't working out, them electing to come in. I thought they'd try and stay out just to keep that track position and hope that they could go for another few laps before we get a caution. Let's see where they cycle out, and then we're going to take a break. Are they the only one pitting in? Yeah, I think it's only those two. Andrew Wood is also in. I see Jeff Drake on the lane, but both of them are laps down, so not exactly in the same position. So yeah, only those two drivers, which means they're going to be pretty much the last ones on the lead lap as they just return now. We're going to take a short break here on the Global Sim Racing channel. We'll come back with more of the Majors Indy 500.
This is the world's premier online racing simulation. iRacing puts you in the driver's seat from your home computer with the most realistic online motorsports experience you'll find anywhere. Race virtually in the world's biggest events with officially licensed series, cars, and tracks. From the high banks of Daytona to the blistering speeds of Indianapolis, the dirt of Eldora to the world's most legendary road courses. It's all here, and with more than 180,000 people just like you already driving, you'll always have someone to race. Ready to get behind the wheel? Sign up at iRacing.com to get started.
Welcome back to Indianapolis. We're going to restart on lap 55 here. It's our third caution of the day. Austin Espedy is leading and has led much of the race. Nick Ottinger, who started it on pole, has briefly led a few laps, but he hasn't seemed all that concerned about that. Nathan Dowd, who ran almost longer than anybody, in fact, he did run longer than anybody, is in third, up from 22nd position. So earmark him as Riley Thompson has got back and forth, and Brian Lockwood, another of our mega racing drivers, along with Ottinger, is up in the top 5. Pace car is in, and Espedy now has control of the field. He goes early. Green flag is out as we go racing once again at Indianapolis.
And a good lead there for Espedy, but it's going to be Ottinger that's going to hope to close that down a little bit more as they work their way. You can see him coming on the high side a little bit, doing a little bit of that move. Let's call that the Riley Thompson, maybe trying to get a pass done on the outside.
Onto the back stretch. Ottinger close. Is he going to swap past? Yes, he is. So up back into the lead goes Nick Ottinger for the first time in some time. Dowd still watching from behind them. Ducking back down to the racing line. Austin Espedy back to second place.
And remember, this kind of swapping is what we saw from Ottinger and Espedy at the beginning of this race during the first stint before our first yellow flag. So expect to see this happen again with these two drivers, as they're both going to be swapping to try and make sure to maximize the speed.
Espedy back to the front once again. So yeah, looks like we'll resume business as usual up at the front with the top two. Just going to trade back and forth almost cordially between them. And there you see everybody behind flying off of turn 2. Really gives you a sense, these long shots, how much speed they carry off and how quickly the wall approaches as they exit the corners.
Yeah, it certainly does, Joe. Just coming at a massive amount of speed. You mentioned it earlier. It's hard to fathom what 230 miles an hour actually looks like, but these guys make it look easy.
Absolutely. Now try and fathom it with the real-world drivers risking life and limb doing so as well. Down into the corner, Espedy back up to the top spot. Dowd doesn't seem all that fussed about trying to get up to them. He's still hanging back in the third position. As behind him, Brian Lockwood, another one running the high line that I saw Christian Challenger running before. So wonder if there's some information being traded between the team mega drivers, and Lockwood is trying to experiment with what Christian was doing.
Yeah, the trouble is that Lockwood's machine is a little bit looser as we're riding on board with Justin Morton in his VR machine as he's chucking it around. We've had a wreck in the back of the field. Who is that? That's Justin Kirby.
Oh, after getting into the big show. And he does have a spare car left. Not a caution since he's pulled it off the racing line, thankfully. But he's going to have to take a tow. He's going to go laps down for this one. And hopes of a win pretty much dashed for him. Fastest lap of the race for Liam Quinn in the meantime. That is interesting. So the 024 car, who sits in 6th, still has something in reserve as back to the front goes Ottinger past Espedy.
Yeah, they're going to be swapping back and forth. Now, I have a sneaking suspicion that is going to be the strategy for these two. It's going to be a question if Nathan Dowd is able to hold up onto the back of them. It looks like he's dropping back a little bit, and with that, it's also forcing Thompson and Lockwood to fall back as well.
So as they continue to swap, getting close to lap 60 now for our drivers, flying out of turn 2 and onto the back stretch. Challenger's gotten up to 11th. In fact, I think Challenger's going to make it a top 10. Yeah, he's going by Brian Halleck right now.
Yeah, Christian Challenger trying to make his way back past Brian Halleck, but Halleck has a little bit of draft from Eric Smith ahead. He's going to try and hold it on the outside. This is going to slow both of them down as they go through 3 and 4, but Christian Challenger very determined to get this job done. Halleck has to back out of it through 4 as Christian Challenger ducks out to the outside. Halleck might try and re-challenge in 1, but I think the smart move would be to stay behind. Halleck is going to do that and is going to follow Christian Challenger through the corner.
So after all that trying and all that hard work, Christian Challenger is now net +1 from where he graded up. But again, we don't know where he would have been if he had not been involved in that lap 1 wreck that collected himself and a number of other drivers robbed them of their spare car. Ottinger and Espedy have continued to swap back around. Ottinger is the leading car for the time being coming down the front stretches. There you see them getting ready to cross the yard of bricks.
Well, and Joe, to the point about Challoner, let's not forget that seeing a driver fall all the way down in the order and then rise back up is not exactly unprecedented in the Indianapolis 500. That's exactly what Pablo Montoya did back in 2015 and went on to win that running of that race.
And we can't forget the spin to win. So, yeah, as you pointed out, it's certainly something that can be done, just very, very difficult, and you need a fast car for it, no doubt, as we follow this pair through the north end of the track. And then down the front stretch, once again, Espedy going to easily go right past him. Now, back there, it looks like Lockwood might be working with Thompson to make a move. He's going to go down to the inside. Thompson going to ride the high side, and Thompson not giving it up as he holds tough through turn 1. Will he do the same through 2? No, that's way too high that time, and he might actually lose one as well from Liam Quinn here.
Yeah, I don't think Thompson really wants to play any games, any swap games. It's something I've seen him do before, but I don't think in this particular race, considering this is one of the few majors races he's doing this season, he's really in the mood to be a great teammate to folks who aren't on his team. But looks like he's losing a lot of time to Lockwood running that early diamonding line. So he's now under heavy pressure from Liam Quinn from behind. Liam not able to get there into turn 1. He's gonna have to give it a shot on the backstretch if he can get out of the draft of Thompson. But man, we've had a big gaggle down for 10th as well, for 11th, 12th, and 13th. Those guys are very close together. They're almost hitting each other on the backstretch.
Yeah, and Justin Morton is in that group as well. I think he's got Tom Abramitis gaining on him. Morton's actually teammates with Riley Thompson, that Forge team, known for being pretty good on the ovals. That was a big drift up the hill from Tom Abramitis at the back. In fact, Ozzie Milwayne might have a chance. No, he's going to have to sit behind. But Forge known for being great at ovals, but IndyCar is such its own beast. It kind of doesn't surprise me, DJ, that we're seeing Riley and Justin fare pretty well out here, because those are both drivers we've seen do an incredible variety of disciplines and be fast.
Yeah, exactly. And, it's one of those things that these Indy cars are just different beasts, as you said, Joe. And one of the biggest things is the adjustment of the tools. It completely changes the game as it goes around and as it plays. It is a very, very different style when you're able to make those adjustments over the course of the run.
I've seen Justin and Riley race everything from these Indy cars to the Pro 4 trucks and all the way to SK Modifieds at times, as well as street stocks over on the dirt oval side. So it will just about hop in anything, and they seem to be pretty quick.
Yeah, and there was a time where Justin Riley and I were all racing in the Campbell GT series together before I jumped on to broadcast that. So yeah, these guys definitely jump at anything, and I'm sure they're both looking forward to the Legacy Daytona 2.4 later on this season. But as we keep looking at it, everyone's kind of evened out at this point. There aren't a lot of moves being made. Everyone's just kind of holding position right now. We're 15 laps into this run, and it looks like everyone's fairly comfortable where they are at the moment. I think everyone wants to get to the next set of green flag pit stops.
Yeah, I think that's exactly what's happening here. And the majority of the fields looks like they're about 15 to 17 laps into this stint. Ozzie Milwayne is the farthest into it, 20 laps since we saw him pit the first of anybody in that last group. We still have 26 cars on the lead lap, and yeah, I'm thinking, DJ, if anybody is on the lead lap, because nobody is close to being lapped right now amongst them, it's just buckle in and get laps done. We're in the difficult part where you're not far enough in to make hard moves, but you're definitely far enough in that you could maybe get comfortable.
Indeed. This is that part of the race where you just kind of want to settle into everything. It's that middle third as it goes, and you just need to get yourself into a position when everything gets going right. You need to set yourself up for the last 50 laps is really what it is.
And even though we have been seeing this back and forth, if you're wondering why we're not talking about that swap for the lead, go ahead.
Sorry, Joe. Mark Stevenson just had a major impact with the outside ball. Managed to...
We'll see if we can figure out what happened to Mark here. He's another one that's been sent backwards and is trying to climb back up.
Yeah,
through
he
the
hit the
field.
outside wall, Joe. So he hit the outside wall off of 2, and this is absolutely worth the replay because it's a miracle that he saved it.
I'm going and checking it on my end. He was very slow down there. See if we can pull that up. And he gave it a very good thwack. Yeah, we need to take a look at this. Another one of our Forge drivers. Yeah, I would be shocked if he didn't have some kind of, if not aero damage, suspension damage.
Yeah, and Joe, you know, even just the most minor of brushes with the outside wall, we talked about it, can really, really mess up the cars. Let's take a look here at the replay. Now, this is going to be coming out of turn 2. Very easy to do to let the car drift up the track. He got a little bit too low there. Oh, yeah, that's definitely going to be some damage on the car.
And I can tell you right now, he's being overtaken by Tom Abramatis. So, yeah, I wonder if he'll pop in. No, yes, he can take the spare car. I was looking at the wrong machine. Stevenson has a spare car left. He's drag racing down the backstretch with Abramatis, who's going to get the inside line and still hanging tough. So, damaged or not, Mark still doesn't want to give up the ghost.
Well, interestingly enough, watching that replay again while we were on the broadcast, it looks like he just hit the right rear tire with the with the contact with the wall, and I believe that iRacing interpreted that as the front right tire damage that we saw, but then it readjusted, and I think Mark is going to be able to get away with this more or less. He might have some damage to pick up at a pit stop, but at the moment, his best strategy is definitely to ride.
Yeah, now he's lost out. That is out of the slipstream, and Ozzie Mulwayne will be the next one to go past him. And then they've got Kevin Hill in behind, another of that Evolve team, just sandwiching him for the time being. Still got about... off of turn 4. And that was Mulwayne with a huge shunt, and he's off the racing line, but the caution is now out as he tries to drive back to pit lane.
If he would have backed up, it would have kept the caution from coming out, but he needs the caution in order to try and recover this car. So I'm surprised he didn't come into pit lane even with it closed.
It seems so innocuous, DJ. He was slightly off of the normal line that he had been running, and just that tiny little difference sent it around in such a hurry.
Well, that's the danger of running through turn 4, Joe. It's a very, very tricky corner. You dip down just a little bit too much. That rear end wants to break away on you. I wouldn't be surprised if his weight jacker was maybe a little bit too much jacked up, especially considering he was just able to make his way by those cars there. You see now as he comes down through the corner, it starts to break. Yeah, I think that's a combination of running just a little bit too low and that weight jacker being set a little bit too high and not making the adjustment after he had made the pass.
Such a big hit there for him, and he does have his spare car left, and thankfully he is able to at least drive it back here under yellow, which he is going to take some time to do, frankly, as that left front wheel does not look like it is in the best of shape, but he's still chugging along at quite a bit of speed, just has to slow his way up into the first corner. The lead car actually is behind the pace car. Ottinger is already in turn 3.
Yeah, and what's interesting is the last time we were at this stint length and we had got a caution, everybody came into the pits for tires and fuel. So I'm expecting the same thing to happen again.
Everybody?
So let's see. Oh, not everybody. My bad. There were a couple people who chose not to. But...
Well, that's what I'm wondering. Graybill and Tomez, have they learned their lesson? Are they going to go off strategy again, or are they going to try and stick with everybody else? As near, we'll get our answer.
They're going to stay out, Joe. There you can see him in the back of the shot.
Okay. And Kirk, who is that who's staying out as well? I believe that's, yeah, so it's Graybill, Tomez, and one other driver, who's staying out. So this is very interesting indeed.
Now, Wood is trying to get a lap back, but the other two are not. They are just trying to get the track position like they did before, as everybody is now in their stalls and heading out. And look at how far back. Oh, did Dowd get him? It was mighty close, but Dowd did not manage to overtake Espedy at the cones. He was right at the edge of it.
Oh, it doesn't get much closer than that. And we just heard over the radio Andrew Wood letting out a, yeah, that is a happy man because he is ahead of the leader and he will get his lap back.
Now, why is Jeff Drake now coming through, though?
Yeah, I don't think that's how this works.
No, it is not. I'm not sure what he's doing. They don't allow him to be waved around if he's behind the leaders, which he is.
I think that's what I think he thought he was going to, but I think he didn't realize that Graybill and Tomez didn't pit.
Yeah.
That's gotta hurt. That's gotta hurt. Because Drake probably just missed his opportunity for a pit stop with that.
Yeah, these two are probably the absolute least favorite people of guys like Jeff Drake right now. Because if they hadn't have done that, Drake would be back at least one more lap up. He's 7 laps down, so it'd be very hard for him to get back onto the lead lap. But, you know, anything he can get, I think, is probably gladly appreciated, especially at this stage. But no, looks like Jeff Drake is pitting in since he might as well, and he's not going to get the lap back.
Yeah, unfortunate there for Jeff to be able to get that, but I believe we should be back and the lights should be out. Andrew Wood poking his nose as if he thinks he's going to get that wave around here as we watch the pace car cross over the yard of bricks. Lights go out. There goes Andrew Wood.
All right. Well, last time, this did not work out for Graybill and Tomez. The good news for them is that we still have a lot of race left to go, so if it winds up just like it did before, where they're going to have to pit and lose the track position on the alternate strategy, then that will work out well. That will at least give them time to get back up into things, because they were making some passes and trying to climb through the field. But I again, I'm a bit surprised because it didn't seem to really pan out like they expected before.
Yeah, I'm a little surprised too. But that being said, I mean, like, you still got plenty of time left. We're not even halfway, so it's worth taking a shot again. It just didn't pan out because they got unlucky. It's not that their strategy was necessarily a bad one, so this isn't the end of the world for them at all. Another driver I've been keeping my eyes on, obviously we've been talking about Christian Challoner, but he is currently the highest driver in the field to have taken his faster pair. The next highest is Mark Stevenson down in 15th position. Christian Challoner currently in 11th. So these drivers who've taken their faster pairs, the race isn't really coming to them that well right now.
No, it is not. There's also a critical difference on this one, DJ. I just realized they don't have Wood between them like they did before. So will Ottinger and Espedy be more aggressive, maybe try to get ahead of these two, or are they going to hang back?
Well, we've only got about a corner left to find out, Joe. I would... I don't know. It's a flip of the coin, honestly, to see. We'll have to find out.
We're going to find out now, because the pace car is in and David has control of the field. He waits a long time on them, and now the green flag is out. They get rolling, and we'll know by the backstretch whether or not Ottinger and Espedy are eager to get back into clear air, or if they want to just hang back and let those two pull them along through the short chute. And now around turn 2 onto that back straightaway. Doesn't look like they're making huge gains yet. And no, Ottinger looks like he's content to sit.
I would say they're still getting up to speed, but unlike the NASCAR cars at Daytona, these guys are hitting 230 by the time they enter turns 3 and 4 on this first lap. These Indy cars just get to speed so quickly. But Espedy absolutely all over the back of Ottinger. He's trying to take a look at making a move here.
Making sure to keep with him up to this point. And as they come down to turn 1, going to the high side, just giving himself some clear air. Espedy, is he going to try and swap back just between 3rd and 4th instead of 1st and 2nd with the same man? Why ditch your dancing partner when you've had such a good time up to now?
Yeah, exactly, Joe. And it's the predictability, I think, that Espedy is going to be looking at most of all. He knows what Ottinger is going to be doing. He knows what lines he's going to be running. He's not running up against somebody that is going to be unpredictable, and that is the last thing that you want to be in an Indianapolis 500 is unpredictable.
Ooh, I'll tell you what, Ozzie Milwain being able to drive around after his incident, I just realized he's still on the lead lap. He's taking his spare car. He's down in 25th, but credit to Ozzie to still keep himself in contention. He's got a clean car, and now he just has to focus forward.
Yeah, Ozzy took a look at some of the international drivers when they had wrecks similar to his and absolutely took a note from that playbook. I said he could have jumped to the pits, but him staying out and going around and catching the end of the field allowed him to come into the pits with everybody else and stay on the lead lap. So great job from Ozzy, but take a look at this. This is a pass going on between Mark Stevenson and Andrew Hardman. Tight they get on the exit of the corner. That was as close as it gets.
Stevenson's been making some moves like that in this race, and he seems unafraid of taking some risks, as Andrew Hardman is now 14th. They come down across the yard of bricks to start lap 78 of this race. Is going to try and pay him back coming down into turn 3.
He may want to, but I don't know about the run. Let's see what he can get as Espedy and Ottinger continue to swap. Yep, didn't able to get the run there.
Yeah, it looked a little loose there from Stevenson. Both Tomez and Graybill, and then Espedy and Ottinger both switched around that time by. So the swap starts once again. And as it was before, the two pairs stick together and still doing the same thing. But eventually something's got to give on that, because one of them is going to want to win.
Oh, yeah.
So it becomes a Daytona situation where all bets are off.
Oh, this is close stuff, very close stuff between Abramitis and Steve Driscoll that was just happening right there. Abramitis getting stuck on the bottom side and really getting pinched a little bit by Driscoll, so he had to let out of it. But I think, as you were talking about, Joe, I think the driver who wants to win is Austin Espedy, because Ottinger, like, he indicated the swap to Ottinger, Ottinger swapped, and then Austin just said, all right, see ya, and he's now going up to get Graybill and Tomez.
One team that I'm a little bit shocked has not really been a factor thus far, but again, this could all change, is the Evolve team. A lot of those green and white cars have never really been hassling the leaders all that much, trying to figure out who the highest amongst them is, and I think it is the one with Abramitis right now. And yeah, so that'd be Nick Kuhn. No, Steve Driscoll and Kevin Hill are the highest two of that team.
Yeah, it's been a little bit of a rough season for Evolve overall. The luck just hasn't exactly fallen their way at any of the rounds that we've gone out to before, Joe, and you've got to really feel for them in these circumstances. I mean, they just haven't gotten the luck of the dice to fall.
Well, and plus in 2021, I mean, they had such a great season as well. They were very competitive. And to see this so far, it's sometimes I guess that's just how racing goes, is you get your time in the spotlight and you got to grab that chance when you can, because you don't know when you're going to be that competitive again. You think to Sebastian Vettel making that point many years ago, as we now see the leaders once again swap around.
It's important to note that, you know, Andrew Waring is currently the highest points-paying driver in the Evolve SimSports team, but he's not here tonight because of what happened in bump qualifying. So just unfortunate things continue to happen to Evolve SimSports this season, and Andrew's trying to do his best to carry the flag, but sometimes, you know, you can't just do it by yourself.
No, certainly not. That said, Evolve SimSport is in second place. But the Mega Racing team seems pretty unbeatable in the first half of the season. And they're certainly looking pretty strong today, despite some bad luck also hitting them, because they've had at least one or two cars in the top 5 for much of this race. Right now, you see at least one of them in Nick Ottinger in the orange machine. Another look around to the inside from Graybill, and Tim Tomez is going to get back into second. Espedy, after Ottinger has been dropped, just hanging out here, watching the pair of them, taking mental notes.
Yeah, just as you said earlier, Adam, really starting to charge up here, and I think a little bit of the swapping that these guys are doing at this point is defensive in nature as they go. Is that if they're going too wide, that's really going to prevent Espedy from being able to make a move down into the corners.
Yeah, so I think Espedy at this point is content to hang out exactly where he is, because he's sizing up these moves, and at some point he'll just be able to follow one of them through on these moves, because you could see just how far off the apex Tomez was getting there as they were going through 1 and 2, and now through 1 and now through 2. So I expect Espedy to, when he decides he wants to go, he's just gonna sneak up right to the back of these guys and then absolutely follow one of them through and then try and do the swap over on the next lap.
Well, here's the other question, too. Could he maybe be saving some fuel here? Try to get himself a little bit longer, and knowing especially that these two are probably going to be pitting in a couple laps, might as well use this knowing he's going to inherit this spot.
I think that is a perfectly valid strategy, and then riding on board with Austin a little bit, that certainly sounds like it's what he's doing. He's given nice big lifts of the throttle, not exactly pushing as hard as you necessarily think he would. Now, it's hard to tell when you're just watching because of the red lines on these cars. These Indy cars generate the most power at the top of the rev band, and that's why they are so hard to drive, is you've got to really be sending a lot of torque through those tires to maximize on it, shifting very, very late. And so just watching it, but if you listen to him through the corners, you can hear that lift, and that's a telltale sign that he is saving a bit of fuel.
By the way, you may have noticed we had a little bit of cloud cover on the south end of the track. In fact, yeah, here, going through it once again, it looks like it's already going away, sadly. We were up to 122 degrees Fahrenheit. We cooled all the way down to 121 briefly because of that. I was hoping that maybe the drivers could get a small bit of relief on this one. But the dance continues between Graybill and Tomez. But they are now 33 to 34 laps into this stint. We should see them in, if not this lap, definitely the next one.
Absolutely. So Austin Espany knows this too, so he's going to be keeping his eyes out. Looks like both of them are going to go around one more time. Not sure the swap over is going to happen this time. Looks like Thomas is backing off, but Graybill's too far back, so they might have to hold it up here. Nope, Graybill able to sneak underneath. Thomas does lift to let Graybill go underneath, so Austin Espany is hanging out there, saving that fuel. He knows that he's going to lose these dancing partners this lap, so he might try to make a little bit of a push to snuggle up right next to them before they duck into the pits and see whether or not he could pull a little bit of a gap on Ottinger here.
Yeah, that would be the best news that Austin's had all day long, to be able to really and truly run his own race and determine his own pace without having to switch back and forth with another driver. There they go. Their Scourers drivers are in. Do they hit the cones right? Ooh, it was very close for Graybill, but I think he hit it in time.
Yeah, I think he did, getting very, very squirrely down onto it. And one of the problems that you have coming down to the braking zone here at Indianapolis, yes, it's a very sudden deceleration, but your brakes are chilly by the time you come in. You're not touching those brakes at any point on this track, and so it's very easy to lock up. It looked like just a hair of rear locking there for Graybill.
Also, Wood, who, remember, tried to get his lap back, is still out there. And on lap 36, so another driver that we've seen go that far. Doubt he'll be able to make it to 37 unless he's been really sipping fuel all stint long. But as we follow our two drivers, or our driver Wood rather, into pit lane. Yep, there goes the 64. Gonna try and get down to the pit speed limit, and he does.
Yeah, great job from everybody getting to the pit speed limiter this race so far. It's not as easy as it looks coming off of turn 4, not losing the back end and getting down to the pit speed limiter, which is a little bit within that concrete barrier that tucks out to the right. So it takes a lot of practice to get that done, and he's able to do so with great efficiency. Able to go one lap longer than most people, going to 36 laps was Wood. But that being said, he's still got that lap to make up, so got a lot of work to do.
Obviously, Tomez and Graybill back out on the lead lap, but I wonder if we could hop on board with Espedy, see his view, because I'm pretty certain he can see them up the roads, especially down the front and back stretch. Oh, maybe not. Looks like they might be a little far away.
I think you could just see him streaking through the corner there, Joe. He should get a view of him as he comes out of turn 4 here right about now. You should see them. Yeah, there they are up ahead. He can see them.
Yeah, they're just into one right now as he comes across the start-finish line. So that's scarily close for those two, especially if Espedy is quick enough to try and chase them down and trap them a lap down. That's going to be horrible news for them. And again, this is where, yes, I agree that it was a bit of luck last time that caused it to be bad, but it's a gamble. All of these off-strategy moves always bring upsides and downsides, and right now, there's a really bad downside to this.
Ooh, Andrew Marquez very high going through turn 3 there. Had to back out of it. That allowed Lockwood to duck through underneath. So losing a little bit of time is Andrew Marquez, as he felt very pressured by Lockwood through 3. So yeah, there are still moves going on around the track. And it looks like Eric Smith sizing up Marquez a little wide himself through 1, but able to hang on to it.
And behind them, there's another orange car. Big moment there from Marquez. Catches it without it hitting anything. He's going to need a different race suit, though, next time he comes into the pits.
Yeah, he is. That was almost a full drift there. We might want to put a label on him and call him Colton Herta before this race is over.
So the 63 falls down to 8th. I was about to say the orange car behind him is Christian Challoner, who's up to 9th now. He's got another position. So Christian still picking him off bit by bit. And coming out of turns 1 and into 2, he's now got Marquez in front of him, and he surely saw that moment on his screen.
Yeah, he did. And just an update on Espedy, Tomez, and Graybill. Tomez and Graybill, even though they're swapping, are not actually gaining any time on Espedy, who's just sitting out front and towing Ottinger. Ottinger absolutely in fuel conservation mode, just hanging out 5/10 behind Austin Espedy. Stevenson and Abramitis now battling for 15th position, where those two still side by side are they, as they're coming onto the start-finish line. This is really interesting stuff. With Stevenson trying to hang it out on the high side, he was able to do so through 3 and 4. Can he do it again in 1 and 2?
Coming down side by side. This is where it gets a little bit sketchy between them. And it looks like they're still going to hang tough. This is impressive stuff through 2 corners. And now back down the backstretch. Looks like he is finally clear of him.
Yeah, finally, they're being the operative phrase on that. So good moves around all the way. We are definitely seeing that high lane coming into play here, Joe. I thought it might, but not to this degree, I have to say.
Down the front stretch, Stevenson looking slow in a straight line. Kuhn absolutely fast flies by him as we go a little bit forward to another of the orange cars. And yeah, Nick Kuhn gets himself up into 16th.
Yeah, and the battle that we were watching was Lockwood and Thompson. As wow, that is who's dropping like a rock right now? I believe that was Mark Stevenson, who continues to fall back.
Wonder if there's a little bit of damage on the car somewhere, because yeah, he just keeps getting passed by other drivers. And next one up for him is going to be Jeff Schmeyer. Schmeyer sneaking into this race, starting from 32nd position. So the very back row of the field, and he's going to try and tuck it underneath Mark Stevenson, but Stevenson will actually deny him this time.
Yeah, Stevenson's going to be able to hold him off there, but I don't know how long that's going to be able to last, as it looks like Schmeyer's got a pretty good run in here. Is he going to have a dive down into turn 3? Yes, he is. Stevenson's going to try to hold that high side again, and they're going to go side by side.
So Stevenson still wheel to wheel, and he pinches down trying to keep Schmeyer from getting a good run, and it is successful. Stevenson retains the 18th place.
That was a good move from Stevenson, but very big trust in Jeff Schmeyer and the netcode for that to work out. So these two drivers definitely with respect for each other, but Schmeyer's going to try and set up Stevenson for the backstretch, but can't get the car to turn in through 2. That's going to lose his opportunity down the backstretch here.
Even still, it looks like a very fast car in a straight line, at least compared to Stevenson. Yeah, oh my gosh, Stevenson's only hitting 224 down the backstretch. So he is not very quick at all at this stage of the race. And unfortunately for Mark, he doesn't have a spare car. So if he wants to take repairs, he's going to have to sit and stay patient in pit lane.
Yeah, that's not going to be good there. Hopefully, it's just a little bit of minor wing damage that can be swapped out pretty easily. Correct me if I'm wrong, I believe that's about a 5-second delta in pit lane.
Meanwhile, just an update on the strategy games between Espedy and Tomez. I know you've been looking at the timing sheets, Lindgren. It doesn't look good.
No, it doesn't. Austin Espedy's gained a second since we last checked. It was 4.3. Now it's 3.3 seconds. And Austin Espedy has not been switching with Nick Ottinger. Ottinger, like I said, has just been hanging out behind him, saving fuel. Austin Espedy's just been setting blistering laps. 41.181 on his last lap. And the fastest of the pair ahead of them is David Graybill, 41.277. So they lost a tenth on that last lap.
And we're getting close to the end of the pit window now, as we're approaching the halfway mark for Austin Espedy. There you see him on the screen in that number 7 as he crosses the line to tick off lap 100. So 250 miles down, 250 miles to go for our drivers. Espedy that time by his lap was a 41.175, whereas Graybill a 41.459.
Yeah, that gap definitely starting to come down there. I'd be sweating a little bit if I was Graybill and Tomez. But I want to bring your attention back to Brian Lockwood, who looks like he's making a move right now on Liam Quinn going down into turn 3. Lockwood is on a charge into the wall.
Oh, understeered off of turn 3. The car's still going. Everybody's dodging around him, and he's going to be able to make it into the pit lane. Another Team Mega Racing driver finding a horrible day unfolding before him, and he locks it up once again with more damage. It doesn't really matter as he's got a spare car, which he's going to be able to take once he gets to his pit stall.
Oh.
Wow, he was looking so good today, Adam.
Yeah, he was. He had passed Riley Thompson on speed, passed Liam Quinn on pace as well, but just took it too deep into 3 there on that pass and just couldn't get the car woed up. We're going to take a look at it.
Gets to the inside. He's going to be slightly offline compared to what he's used to on his way in. Is it just, too much speed? And on his way out, wow, Quinn, just lightning reflexes to be able to avoid that. I can't believe he wasn't collected.
Yeah, I can't believe he wasn't either, and that just goes to show you the skill that these drivers have. And look at the damage that he sustains, tries to get on the binders there, and that's what sent him off into the wall. So that is going to put him down. There is Lockwood coming back out again, though.
But a lap down, unfortunately, and he is going to be on a different strategy. He could get back up to the top, but he'll need a little bit of luck from here, unfortunately. So we're on lap 29 for most of our front runners in the fuel stint. So in the next 3 or 4 laps, we expect most of them to come in.
Yeah, the question is who's going to come in first. I would expect Espedy would have to come in at some point, but remember he was tucked in behind Graybill and Tomez for quite a while, so he might have a little bit more fuel than we expect. So that might put him more on strategy with the people behind him. But Ottinger has absolutely been saving fuel. He has not tried to even get close to Espedy on this stint, and that's allowed him to be lifting and coasting into the corners, which gives him plenty of fuel. So the question is, how long can Ottinger go here?
Well, and with Espedy, if he's been outpacing both Graybill and Tomez, when he comes out, theoretically, if his pit stop is good and his in and out laps are good, then he should be well ahead of them, shouldn't he?
I mean, DJ, he, as we said, Espedy's gained another second on Tomez and Graybill since we last checked.
Yeah, he very well could be ahead of him by the time everything shakes out here. It'll be close, I think, but he should have the advantage. I'm trying to run the numbers right now. Yeah, he should be ahead.
Well, let's see if he comes in this time by. And then we got to start thinking about where does this put everybody in terms of fuel strategy. If we keep going green like this has been one of the longest runs, and he is coming in. So Ottinger Espedy pits, Ottinger stays out, Dowd stays out, Thompson stays out. Anybody else? Looks like Liam Quinn is in.
Justin Morton as well, also looking like he's coming down, as well as, I believe, Justin Kirby farther down in the field.
Yeah, so it makes sense that Ottinger stays out for sure, but now the eyes are on these two because they did that extra cycle, right? So the question is, when this starts cycling out of the pit, when everyone starts cycling out of the pits, are we going to get a caution like we did last time? Is it going to disenfranchise these guys the same way it did before? Espedy out of his box. Those guys aren't even around turn 4 yet. Espedy's already on the entrance road trying to get back up to speed.
Thought I saw somebody else duck into pit lane. Yeah, there's Espedy right now. And he's going to lose a little bit as Ottinger and Lockwood, who is lapped down, continue to fly at full tilt. But yeah, it is looking like almost a straightaways difference between them. Now, we still need Ottinger to pit in. Challenger's been promoted up into second as well. He's about 6 seconds behind his teammate of Nick Ottinger. But we've got a lot more cars in. Kuhn, Smith, Driscoll. I see Dowd having pit in. Oh, Dowd is backwards. How did that happen?
I was looking at that car, Joe, going, something's not right here. And yeah, Dowd must have spun it coming down. I'm not sure what caused that.
Have you figured out what's not right yet? Have you pinpointed it?
Yeah, I did. I got it now.
Okay.
I would love to see that again, to see how Dowd ended up backwards in his box. That's not something we see. Is it possible that he locked it up trying to get down to pit road speed and ended up reversing down the lane?
Pulled, was it Bianchi that did that years ago in F1 in one of the
I believe
cars?
so, yes. But that was back when they had the fuel and he couldn't get the fuel because it was on the wrong side.
Oh. Bizarre situation there. Here, it looks like we got the replay on the incident. This had to have been coming to his stall because he was well past the pit entry. Did he just not know where it was? Here he comes down into the lane. Looks pretty normal from here. He's only going 60 miles an hour, so it shouldn't be that great of a stop. Maybe somebody must have tipped him around, I bet.
I was going to say he had to have gotten a little bit of... No?
He missed his box.
No, he's up
he
on the...
got it.
What? Okay, let's hold on. He must have spun the tires coming out of it. That's the only thing I can think. Yep. Oh, and around it goes, and then the person behind him is very good heads up. Not sure who that was, but you don't usually expect a car to be facing the wrong way as you're coming down pit lane looking for your stall.
And then he went back to his box to get a little bit more fuel, and then comes back out.
That's one of the stranger things I've ever seen here in the Majors Indy 500. Send that one in for the not top 10 for Alex. Not the way I think that he was hoping that one to go. Espedy cycles back into the lead now that everybody except Tomez and Graybill have pitted, but Tomez is 2.5 seconds behind Espedy. Graybill is 4.5.
Yeah, Graybill 4.5 seconds behind Espedy. That's because Tomez actually ran away from Graybill to try and close the gap to Espedy, but it was a futile notion. And so that actually puts, as you said, Graybill behind Liam Quinn and Riley Thompson. So the teammates now separated. And I mean, when they come to pit lane, they're not going to have each other to draft when they come out the other side. So this is going to be a tough cycle for them. I mean, they're going to... I don't see how the strategy pans out for them at this point, DJ.
Yeah, I don't either, Adam. I think unless they catch a yellow absolutely perfectly here, and even then, with them being farther down in the field, this is pretty much day done for them. They took a gamble, they rolled the dice, and they came up snake eyes.
Sometimes that happens here at Indy, but Espedy, who is on the tail of Jeff Drake, multiple laps down. Jeff does the polite thing, lets him through. And looking at the laps left, it should be a little close, but I think there should be maybe a couple laps buffer for most drivers. That's assuming the fuel mileage stays good to be able to get to the end, if they can do about 33 laps each stint. So, still.
Oh, this is weird, Joe. Justin Kirby, when he came to pit road, decided to take the entrance road, which is not required for the drivers here at the Indy 500. I think he might have been out of fuel.
How many laps did he go on that one? Because that's the only reason I could think to take that entry. If he was off pace and he didn't want to be an issue and also shorten the length.
Yeah, he's out of fuel entering, coming to the pit lane, so that's why he took the entrance road then.
Interesting. Well, he's back out, and he's 5 laps down in 28th. I think he already has been involved in some incidents out there. Oh, Graybill's back in. Are they already at the end of their stint?
No, they were only 23, 24 laps in, DJ.
I think this is them trying to get back on regular pit cycles here. I think this is Graybill giving up the ghost.
He's going to go a lap down, though. There's no way he's going to be able to hold on to the lead this time. I think this has really bit them poorly. So Graybill, unless he gets a caution or something, is going to be extremely vulnerable here. And where is Espedy? Espedy, yeah, Espedy's going to get him easily. He's coming up to speed, but Espedy's into turn 1 already.
Oh, heartbreak for Graybill. They were trying a different strategy. Graybill bailing on it, loses the lead lap for his trouble, unfortunately. So sometimes when you're on a bad strategy, I mean, you just got to stick with it, even if it's not great. But I mean, at this point, Graybill's going to have to try and pass Espedy on track with only 8 laps of difference on the delta on the tires, because he's not going to want to stay out if they get another caution and Espedy comes in, because he's now on the same pit cycle.
This is another period where it looks like things have calmed down a little bit in terms of battles out on track. Most people just trying to settle in. Well, who was coming off the escape road there? What was going on? That was Jeff Drake. Maybe he was just letting cars lap him for a brief moment. That was a bit strange. Did not expect the car to be coming in from that angle.
Yeah, taking a look at it, he absolutely was on his regular pace. He just did decide to take to the escape road to let other drivers go by. So that's not recommended because the escape road is not banked. So it's actually more dangerous for him to do that than to be on track, even if he's slow.
Another driver pitting in. This is Justin Kirby with another stop.
Huh.
So taking tires and everything. What strikes me about these Scours cars and the strange strategies that they're pulling, Thomas is staying out. Are they splitting up just to see which works out for them, maybe? I don't know. Just throwing things at the wall here.
I mean, that's the most logical explanation that I can think of, Joe, is split your strategies there a little bit at this point, now that you're not running together. Because remember, when everything shook out, they were actually broken up out on track. So probably that's what they're thinking.
Oh, and speaking of Graybill trying to get his lap back, there he goes and does it.
Okay, good news for fans of the Scours team, as that's going to at least get him a good opportunity if a caution comes, and he'll be able to get back on the lead lap, but still has a long fight to make. And behind him, that is Nick Ottinger. When did Ottinger catch up to Espedy here?
Well, Espedy's fuel saving, like, hugely right now. Is it possible? Is Espedy trying to go to the end of the race on just two more stops? Is that a possibility, DJ?
I mean, he's been able to pull 32, 33s out of the bag.
He's very slow. He's on a different map than Ottinger, and he's not even trying to defend.
Yeah, I think he's in mega fuel save. I think you hit the nail on the head there, Adam.
Oh, like I said, the time that they pitted, it was going to be about 32, 33 laps each stint that they're going to have to do to get to the finish. So, yeah, I guess Espedy saw the writing on the wall and figured give up the track position now so that you have the winning strategy at the end.
Yeah, this is a very interesting decision for sure, but he has to stay on the back of Ottinger if he's going to make this work. So he can't go as slow as he'd like because he can't let Ottinger get away. This is really interesting stuff because now Ottinger can fuel save behind Graybill as Tim Tomez comes into the pits, so he's bailing on his own strategy because he was only around lap 27. So maybe he thinks he could do the same thing that Graybill did and possibly start to link up and do the tandem again.
That was lap 29 to be precise for Tim. The 053 finds his stall. Graybill still pulling along Nick Ottinger with Espedy right behind. So still on the lead lap. Ottinger riding the high side that those mega cars seem to enjoy for much of this race.
Well, Joe, I mean, if Ottinger and Espedy are trying to get to the end of the race here, they're in no hurry to pass Graybill, no matter how slow he is, because they're going to have to do all that fuel saving regardless. They're going to have to stretch these last couple of stints, and without any cautions, they're just going to use Graybill as a fuel saving measure. So I wouldn't expect Ottinger or Espedy to try and make it past Graybill. This is great news for Graybill, to be honest with you.
I was just about to say, was our morning premature? And finding that Graybill actually is on a pretty good strategy. So maybe they were thinking 12 steps ahead when they made the stops when they did.
And DJ, it looks like Graybill's fuel saving too.
So this is just a battle of who wants to lead less here at this point. Yeah, there's Ottinger getting on by him as they're done with it. They want to get on by.
I've never seen an Indy 500 quite like this. This is very interesting stuff. Never seen a car intentionally let somebody lap him to save a bit of fuel and make sure that he can get to where he wants to be. Now behind them, all this slowing up, all this sort of Peloton stuff that we're seeing has meant that Liam Quinn has caught them. Riley Thompson has caught them. What was a very handy gap for our leaders in this race is inviting more and more drivers to get closer.
What's funny is that bike racing is such a good analogy for what's going on at the front of this field, because it's like we have a lead-out group up front that can't decide whether or not they want to go or not, and that's actually bringing the rest of the field, the rest of the peloton, or the rest of the field back into contention with them. And so because of their indecision, they're actually losing the advantage that they'd built up to this point.
Somebody else in pit lane. Is this Wood that we're seeing? I'm trying to make this out.
Yes, it is. That's Andrew Wood coming into the pits for sure, yes.
Yeah, I feel for Andrew and almost feel like he needs his own special Dory Award for this race, because he's been hovering on that lead lap so frequently and just can't seem to catch a break that'll allow him to stay there, as he's going to go a lap down himself now that he's taken his pit stop. 79 laps to go. Still a long time. Things could still shake out that he could get it back in his favor, but he's lost the lap and he's back into 27th.
And so he will be put back into that position. Meanwhile, I have been listening to Espedy, and I think you were right, Adam. He is running a little bit of a lesser fuel mode. It's not massive. He's not massively turning down that car, but it's just slightly down. And now that they've got that buffer in between themselves in the form of Graybill, they're going to be happier to be able to be running this.
What's funny to me, though, DJ, is that Nick Ottinger needs to do the same fuel saving that Espedy does. So maybe they were just concerned about Graybill being too slow for them. So I think Graybill was slowing up on purpose to try and force these two to go by so he could save his own fuel. But at the same time, if a caution comes out, he's having to bank on the fact that Ottinger and Espedy are going to come in, and they're not going to want to with their current fuel strategy. So this is just interesting to think about the strategies and how they're playing out right now. But that being said, one driver to keep your eyes on again. Christian Challoner is within 4 seconds of the lead right now with draft up to the leaders. Everyone better keep their heads on a swivel. This man's coming.
I think Mega Team is going to take another huge chunk in the points championship, the team's championship, because Challoner's there in 7th. Lockwood, impressively, is still in 6th. He took his spare car and really didn't miss a beat, although he's on a bit of a different fuel strategy because of it now. And then you've got Nick Ottinger up at the very front. 3 of the Mega Team drivers in the top 7.
Yeah, it just goes to show you how strong that team is, Joe. Absolutely a dominant force in the majors this year. It's remarkable.
It's nearly half of those first 7 cars that they're pulling up. There you can see them all in the shot right there. Those bright orange cars, not easy to miss. But right now, Ottinger's trying not to miss his fuel window. So is Espedy. And then Quinn riding behind David Graybill, who is trying to do something fancy out there. But this is all becoming a bit of 3D chess, trying to figure out who is where and how this is going to unfold. Getting close to now 75 laps to go.
Well, to add another variable into this that makes things very interesting in the championship points standings, the top 5 are Christian Challoner, Tom Abramitis, and Nick Ottinger. Tom Abramitis is just outside of the top 10 in this race in 12th position. Below that is Andrew Waring, Evolve Sim Sports. He's not here. Brenton Foster, Mega Racing Team. He's not here either. Then we get down to Nathan Dowd. He is here. So the top 3 are gaining massive points over 4th and 5th, and they're all on the same team. This is definitely going to spread out our points a little bit when it comes to the positions between 3rd and 4th and 5th.
Also, a quick note and a little cleaning up behind the scenes here. Justin Kirby, Vincent L'Herbier, Lyndon Swaby, and Rob Powers look to be our only DNFs so far today. 28 drivers are still racing right now. That's a pretty impressive number, especially here for the Majors Indy 500, which tends to see a lot of attrition, even in these recent years where the skill level has gone up and the racing has cleaned up. It's hard to make it to the end of this thing and see the checkered flag. But coming down the backstretch, Espedy with a bit of a run, and nope, he is definitely lifting.
Yeah, I've been riding on board with Austin. He is doing a bunch of lifting, but just trying to keep as close as he can. I think he sees Leon Quinn starting to come up behind Graybill there and fill up that rearview mirror. I think this is a little bit of a go ahead, come on, let's go to Nick Ottinger.
Yeah, but Nick needs to hit his own fuel number, and if Austin doesn't want to help, then Nick's just going to keep hanging back. And this is exactly what happened with Graybill and why they passed him. Nick's going to start to try and encourage Austin to go by, and so once again we reach this breakaway situation like we have in bike racing, where the guys at the front nobody wants to pedal right now.
Yeah, the laps are in the low 42 ranges, which is definitely slower than what they've been doing pretty much all race long. That said, what's the temperatures? No, temperature's still 122, so they haven't risen drastically as we get a little bit of racing here.
Eric Smith on Christian Challoner.
Oh, and into the wall. Is that Challoner?
That's Tom Abramitis who just got hit.
Oh, no. Tom has not had the rub of the green all race long. He's already used up his spare car. This is probably going to be our latest DNF with that hit coming through turn 3.
Yeah, contact with Kevin Hill, who pushed up off of the bottom of 3. Tom was hanging on the outside. This is not intentional from Kevin. He's in fact apologizing on the radio right now. But look at this. Kevin just comes up off of the apron there, and Tom doesn't realize it's happening and just gets collected. That's a lot of damage for Abramitis.
After coming off a recent first win in the series, Tom so close to it in a lot of races, and then suddenly that bad luck returns. Except this time, he's not even going to be looking at a top 5, top 10, or maybe even a checkered flag at all. I'll be surprised if he's able to bring that car back out onto the racetrack. Well, that was by far our longest green flag run we had seen all race long. In fact, I need to check and see how far we went on that, because that was almost half the race, I think.
Yeah, I think you're right, Joe. And what this is going to mean is that now everybody's going to cycle in here. I've got to imagine pit stops are incoming. We're 21, 24 so laps here on to this stint. Yep, here comes everybody.
About a quarter of the race, it looks like, that we ran under green. That's a pretty good run, but we're now less than 200 miles to go left in this 500-mile race. And as we expected, everybody is in. So what are Graybill? Yeah, he has to stay out. Graybill has to stay out. Where is Tomez? Tomez stays out. Now, he could have come in with them. He would have been a little bit down on track position. But he is going to be our leader, I think.
Yes, and this is very interesting. I mean, he can do it in one more stop from here.
No. Sorry, Nathan Dowd is our leader. Dowd stayed out.
Well, so the good news for Graybill is that, and Graybill, Wood, and Drake will get laps back. So Graybill and Wood will get their laps back. Drake has a lot of laps to gain back, so he won't get all of them. So this is gonna, Dowd will lead us to the line with Tim Tomez behind. Both of them stayed out, and then we have Ottinger, our first driver, off of pit lane with Espedy, Quinn, Thompson, Marquez, Lockwood, then Challoner, and then Eric Smith, your top 10.
The plot continues to thicken, and we're going to restart. It looks like maybe on lap 131 here. Once we get back around, Graybill is eager to get his lap back as he's been hovering next to the pace car, saying, hurry up, let's go. So we're down to where it really is going to make things fascinating. including especially because we're going to get an extra pit stop for much of the field here because of so many of them pitting in this time, unless Nathan Dowd is able to use this to get there without that extra pit stop. But he's banking on it staying green.
Well, okay, DJ, like we got what? We're going to have 68 to go. That's 2 34-lap stints.
That's certainly doable. I mean, we saw the likes of Quinn, Thompson, and it looks like even Lockwood. Lockwood was able to do a 35-lap stint on that second run, so it is certainly possible. Tomez did a 35-lap stint on the first stint of his, and that had a yellow flag period. So it's possible to do it, but you've got to be very conscious of the fuel number the entire time.
But you got to do it twice is the other thing. So that adds to it. It's one thing to stretch it for a single stint, but to do it for 2 times in a row, it'll be interesting. And this means that Nathan Dowd will be back up at the front. Now, was Nathan the one that we saw have the spin? I think it was, yeah, because I've seen 52 seconds in pit lane. Well, that'll be the most strange spin to win that we'll ever have if he manages to win this one.
It looks like we're going to add another driver to our DNF list. Justin Kirby, who's been not having a great day, just blew his engine on pit road. So unfortunately, his day is likely done as he has used his spare car.
Amazingly, Tom Abramitis was able to fix his thing and get back out there. In fact, he's still ahead of Jeff Drake by 6 laps. I am amazed. That was a hard hit for the 20 car. I know he drove it back into the pit lane, but surely the suspension and a lot of other things had to have just been a mess.
Yeah, I'm very surprised that that car is able to go. I wouldn't be surprised if it's maybe a little bit down on speed, Joe, but definitely surprising that it is back out on track.
Okay, so Nathan Dowd leads them to the yard of bricks as the pace car is in. Tomez is behind him, but he's on 13 laps of fuel. Dowd on 26. Green flag is out, and away goes Nathan Dowd. He is hoping to make this on just 2 more stops, but so is everybody else behind him. But Dowd should have a better fuel situation. The problem is he is going to be having to do more of them under green here as we come back onto the back stretch. Nick Ottinger still in and amongst them. Austin Espedy there as well with Liam Quinn.
Yeah, so keep your eyes on the 3rd and 4th cars in line. Ottinger and Espedy, they're the ones who just took their pit stops. Dowd is going to have to come in about 5 laps time, and Tomez is going to have to come in about 10 laps time. So keep your eyes on those. We've had a wreck at the back. Mark Stevenson and Brian Barnes have had major incidents.
Well, this helps everybody on fuel. There you see Stevenson, who has been very vocal on the radio much of this race. It was Brian Barnes who drifted up into him. Man, we haven't talked about Brian for a long time in this race. And a great escape by David Graybill. Actually, we want to watch the onboard for Graybill at some point in this replay once we get to it, because he snuck through just a tiny little gap. But the Popsicle Man, who's been unfortunately not been getting a lot of attention, now gets the screens on him as he causes a big incident with Stevenson.
Yeah, and it just looks like there that he just had a little bit of understeer coming through the corner. I'm not sure if he clipped the grass maybe on the inside. You can see the car just wants to drift out to the outside all the way through. This is that onboard you were talking about there with Graybill. Wow!
And there's the space. Unbelievable stuff. Well, the luck wasn't with Graybill and the cautions, but that time it definitely was. So we're going to take another view from another angle. This should be those 2 wrecking. Now watch the car to the outside. Last second juke as well.
And this helps Graybill immensely. This gives him an opportunity to pit, guys, because Graybill did not have an opportunity to pit that cycle. So he'll be able to pit on this caution, and that puts him back on cycle with everybody else. In fact, a little bit more to the good than everybody when it comes to fuel.
But Nathan Dowd is not coming in. He's staying out. I guess it would still put him at a very poor position. Yeah, because he would have to save fuel and be at the back of the field. So he's got to stay out at this point. But Dowd will be able to save more and go farther, but so is everybody else now, making it easier for those who are trying to eke out a two-stop to be able to do it from here.
Yeah, it's going to make things a little bit easier, Joe, but they're still going to be having to watch those fuel numbers as we continue to tick down closer and closer to that 0 to go. Rest assured that fuel strategy going to be the operative phrase that we continue to be talking about.
Impressively, this is only the 6th caution that we've had in this race, so it's been pretty decent out there up to now. But this is the one of the quickest back-to-back cautions we've had all race long. Wonder if drivers are getting a little more desperate, if we will see more of them start to rack up here at the end of this race, as drivers just wanted to get something out of this and making ill-advised moves.
Yeah, I think it's not the ill-advised moves necessarily. I think it's the fact that they don't realize that they're not used to racing around with their tires that cold, because these are happening in the opening 2 corners of the stint, and people are trying to make moves on the bottom side. Their tires are just so cold they're just slipping straight across the track. They got no traction, and so I think they just need to be a little bit more relaxed for the first half of the lap until they get up to speed and those tires get up to temperature.
So lights are still on. I think they're going to be going off next time by. Dowd's sitting a lot better. Poor Tim Tomez, though, is only 16 laps into his stint. Really didn't have much choice either. He's got to stay out and hope that things fall his way, as somebody looking into pit lane. That is Riley Thompson. No. He's staying out. Marquez not falling for it. Smith and Morton also just half-heartedly showing interest in potentially going with them. But we did get Halleck and Hutchison, it looks like.
I like that call. I like that call there from them in the back of the field, being able to come in, just top off. It ensures that they'll be good to go to the end.
Yeah, I agree. They aren't losing all of maybe 2 or 3 positions here, so might as well take it. Make sure you're safe to get to the finish. This will make it 2 33-lap stints, and that's with some of it being under caution as well, because the lights are off on the pace car, so they'll get basically this 1 lap under yellow to save fuel here.
Yeah, it's a really good move, because that means they can push hard. And if the drivers up at the front are doing the fuel saving that we've seen before, and they're losing a second a lap, think about them doing that for 2 30-lap stints. That's 60 seconds you could gain if those drivers up ahead are saving and you're not. So it's definitely worth it to come in and take that extra fuel.
Well, let's see what this restart looks like. Are we going to get another caution? Or are we going to be getting going for real now? Dowd probably wants at least 1 more yellow to help himself out, because he's probably been saving like heck here on these 2 yellows. The 147 car going to lead us back to the green. Coming through turn 4 now. Most of them going to the high side. Somebody going low, and that is Riley Thompson. Now he's getting the memo. He is up to the outside. All right, the iRacing pace car ducks in. Does Dowd go early? Does he hold it? He's going to hold it. He's trying to save every drop of fuel he can. Waiting quite a ways. Now he is on it, and he gets a pretty good jump over Tomez as we start to pick up pace with 65 laps to go.
All right, well, he's got a little bit of a jump, but this is where the games start to come into play. We talked about that peloton. Who wants to lead? Who wants to follow? Who wants to do all of that? So we will have to wait and find out.
And, in my opinion, guys, my name's Christian Challenger, and I want to get up to the front. So I would expect Christian not to do too much fuel saving. And look at this. Tim Tomez says, I don't want to do any fuel saving either. I'm getting up there because I still am in the middle of my stint. I want to get as much gap between myself and the competitors behind as possible.
Yeah, Tim is in no man's land with nobody else on the same strategy as him right now. Guess you could say the same for Dowd, who is now hit lap 32, but he had a lot of laps under caution. We'll see how far he can go to help himself out in the end as they cycle around here now on lap 137. Not a lot of crazy moves. Looks like, yeah, it is fuel-saving mode for pretty much everybody at the front of the field.
Yes, it is. Thinking about a move there in the back. Nope, not going to happen. Challoner, it looks like Eric Smith able to get around him on that move, and so Challoner's going to fall back into 10th place position, exactly where he started this race.
I wonder if Christian also, it actually is fuel saving a little bit, since he's on the same strategy as those other ones in his team, because he's got to try and get a good finish still. This is still a championship race, and he'll want good points, and he can't risk it on a huge gamble on strategy.
Yeah, no, he can't. He's got to be really careful to make sure he gets all the points that he can, but especially because Nick Ottinger, one of his competitors, also on his team, but one of his competitors for the championship, is up ahead of him in 3rd position. He's down in 10th. That's 7 positions of points that he's losing to Ottinger. Now, Abramitis is back on track, a lap down and still running fine, but Christian's got to be careful here.
This is Quinn and Thompson. Thompson around the outside like he likes to do. Is he going to be able to finish the job here? Coming into 1. Yes, he can. Doesn't quite chop down, though. Still hovering on that middle line through the corner. Dowd's into 3rd position, having been overtaken by Ottinger, but he's going to retake him back. There you saw him flash to the inside of the screen.
All right, so a little bit of swapping here, and I wonder if this is a little bit of fuel strategy or if this is wanting to pull ahead here. Ottinger having to really make that work there, though, around the outside of turn 3.
But you called it, Adam. Tim Tomez is not hanging around at all. He is just pushing like heck right now. The 053 is already at 0.7 of a second ahead of everybody else.
Yeah, because Tomez is on a completely different strategy. He has nothing to lose right now. He's just got to go. Speaking of different strategies, Nathan Dowd is on lap 35. I'd guess that he could probably go 1 or 2 more before he has to pit, and he's currently in 3rd.
Where's Graybill in all of this with his strange strategy? He's down in 22nd. He's about 10 seconds off the lead with a lot of cars between them. So not looking good for David, who at one point maybe had a shot if things would have turned his way. Espedy now looking at Dowd and has a great run down the back stretch. Dowd is currently on lap 35 of his stint and carrying on, so he's committed to at least 36 laps here. Can he make 37? Is that going to be the longest we've seen anybody do? As around the outside goes Espedy.
37 would be the longest we've seen anybody do. Granted, those 2 caution periods would be helping that out, Joe.
And obviously it does skew things just a little bit, but Dowd doing all he can to try and find some sort of advantage, knowing that once he comes into that pit lane here under green, he is going to be severely disadvantaged as we head towards the pit entry. No, he keeps going.
Good fuel saving then for Dowd on those yellow flags. Probably shut the engine off when the flag flew. Just let it run around the track on nothing. But yeah, he's doing a good job of stretching that fuel number. Under 60 to go, so that means he can do. If he pits this time, he'll be able to do 2 29 lap stints, and that's a lot easier. So, absolutely good job stretching that fuel.
That'll be booking it. Yeah, this is 150 miles left right now that he is looking at, and behind him. Looks like Riley Thompson just going to sit and wait potentially. No, he's going to go around the outside because this is a pit in for Nathan Dowd. He made 37 laps of fuel and he hits his mark.
That's the longest tonight, DJ.
Yeah, it is. That's the longest we've seen anybody be able to make, and that is a pretty good marker to be throwing down at this point in the race.
Bad news for fans of the Scours team. We thought Tomez was going to pull away. Not so. Nick Ottinger reeled him back in. So I don't know if that means that Tim is starting to save fuel, if Nick has decided not to save fuel, or Nick is just simply that fast.
Well, my guess is that we're about to see another breakaway situation here where we're going to have Nick Ottinger just hang out behind Tim and Austin Espy hang out behind Nick, and everyone's going to accordion back together again because Tim Tomez can't turn the wick up anymore, and Nick isn't going to feel like playing any sort of slingshot games at this point because he's got to hit his fuel number.
And the bad news for Dowd is it looks like he might lose the lead lap. He's just getting up to speed. Can't quite see him on this shot. There he is right there. If we get a wide one, we might be able to see both him and the leaders on the same camera. There they are. There's your distance.
All right, so that's what it is. Only that interval there between the two of them as we continue to go around, coming down on 56 laps to go. There is down in the foreground of your screen right now.
Tomez, your leader in that red, white, and blue number 053. Ottinger second in the orange 25 car. Getting close to 50 laps to go. It'll be the final quarter of this race when we hit that. Coming on to the back stretch. Ottinger for a brief while. Closing up on Tomez. Now he falls back yet again. I can't quite figure out what exactly the ploy is amongst them, but Tomez is on lap 27, so he's probably going to have to pit in probably in the next 5 laps.
That's going to be interesting to see what the strategy is for sure. I'm pretty sure that Ottinger's strategy is fuel saving. But I can report Mark Stevenson had a self-inflicted incident where he hit the outside wall. There he is in the pits. So hitting the outside wall off of 2, he came back in under his own power. But having already used his spare car, he's out. He's called it a day.
Latest DNF of the day, unfortunately, which adds him to Powers, Swaby, Leherbier, Kirby, and that is it. Jeff Drake's still out there running. Jeff Drake's still in 28th place. Can't catch a break in this race with very few cars DNFing, at least up to now. We watched some of our Evolve drivers, though, carrying on. And where are they at this point? Have they made any sort of inroads? Looks like Driscoll's still in 12th, Hill's in 14th, and that's Milwain in 13th. So they actually, yeah, they're all 1, 2, 3, just a bit separated.
Well, speaking of drivers who caught luck, DJ Andrew Wood was able to make it back onto the lead lap the last time around with that double caution, and he's now up to 18th. So Andrew doing a good job right now trying to recover from what has up to this point been a really bad day.
Yeah, and I'm not entirely surprised by that. I mean, that car has had pace. We've seen him be able to run up with the leaders. He just got caught out with some bad luck at the beginning of the race. And now that he's been able to find himself in some air, he's able to move his way up forward, working here on Jeff Schmeyer.
They come down the front stretch, and Wood going to make the pass, gets to the inside. Yeah, it doesn't surprise me because Wood was holding on to the leaders. Oh, as he goes a little wide, though, but no over-under between himself and Schmeyer. But he was holding on to the leaders, so it seemed like he had pace, and he is making passes here. The question is just how much pace now that he's able to unleash it.
Yeah, he definitely doesn't have to worry about...
Thomas is in. Sorry to interrupt, but the 053 pits a little earlier than I would have expected. So,
still plenty of room to make it in 2 stops, so
yeah,
he'll be able to run quick, and my guess is he'll probably try and stretch this next one as far as he can go while being on pace. Toma is trying to get to his box as quickly as possible and set himself up for a good exit. He's got to hope that he can stay on the lead lap.
So what this does for our order is Ottinger, Espedy, and Thompson are now our top 3, but the fighting is getting more fierce as that was Wood going by Milwain now. So Wood's got the bit between his teeth. The red mist is down.
Yeah, Andrew Wood has got something to prove here, Joe, and he is out trying to do just that, really booking that number 64 around the track.
Well, this is an amazing run from Wood at this point. Obviously, knock on wood, we don't want to curse the man. He's already been cursed enough today, but he's passed 4 cars since he got on this restart at least, and he's looking straight at the back of Nick Kuhn, who seems to be struggling a little bit. I think Andrew Wood's got a real good shot at a top 10 if he can keep the pace up. Riley Thompson, though, and a big holdup at the front of the field right now.
Is that lap traffic maybe? No, Thompson's going around the outside of Quinn. And they're catching up to Ottinger. Good run for Espedy. Does he take it, or does he continue to save the fuel? No, he's going to save the fuel.
Eric Smith on the inside. He might be able to get a bunch of people. He's just going to smoke it up the inside here. He almost gets to the inside of Espedy. He's trying to take away 3rd from Riley Thompson.
Oh, man. Oh, and around the outside now. It's going to be Eric Smith who lets him through. So Riley Thompson back into 3rd once again. Wow, 50 lap markers clearly when things start to erupt down to the inside of Thompson. Smith, but he's slow into the corner. He has to give it up. Quinn starts to approach from behind. They've also got Marquez, Lockwood, Challenger all catching up.
Yeah, and Adam, you said it before. Hearing Challoner is catching you is about the last thing you want to hear at this place, at this point in an Indianapolis 500, is that it's going to be side by side now, going down into turn 1. Smith trying to send it again.
Joe, I think Nick's trying to hit his numbers and Austin doesn't want to pass him. That's absolutely holding up everybody behind. These guys have all got to realize they've all got to hit the same numbers as the guys up front. They've got to be careful right here. You do not want to wreck out from the lead of this race.
Well, it's back to that Peloton comparison that we kept making. Oh my goodness, this is insane. Coming through turn 3, almost fanning out 3 wide for a brief moment. Smith still to the inside and almost getting into the side of Riley Thompson, but they leave each other enough space. Everybody's slowing up and up to the front. Eric Smith says, screw that, I am going to go for the lead.
I love it there from Eric Smith. He clearly knows what his numbers are, and he's able to get to the lead. And this is just going to help Nick Ottinger, though, as now he's going to have somebody to be able to pull the draft from.
And again, these guys need to try and get to about 35 laps to go to try and have a realistic shot of getting to the finish. 36 is a big maybe. A few have done that, but you're not going to be fast. And so who can make the number?
Joe, we currently have 11 cars under 3 seconds right now. Just everyone has been absolutely brought to the front of the field because of the pace that Ottinger and Espedy were setting. Now they've got Eric Smith up ahead of them. They can actually set a little bit of a quicker pace because Nick Ottinger has Smith, who doesn't really want to save fuel, it looks like. So this should start to string things out and make it a little calmer now.
Do you believe in the numbers? For the 100th anniversary, it became a fuel race. And we saw that infamous finish where it came down to the last corner where a car wrecked out trying to make it on fuel. In the 100th running, it came down to fuel. This is the 10th running here that we are celebrating. Is this one going to come down to who can stretch it all the way to the finish?
It very well might, Joe, but we are going to have to see. Only 46 laps to go here at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. Ottinger now has to be a little bit worried as we've seen that outright pace from Eric Smith. If I'm Nick Ottinger, I don't want to lose touch with him. That's the biggest thing here, is he's got to now find that perfect middle ground in between running a good lap and saving that fuel.
And guys, how about this for a twist? There is a driver on 21 laps of fuel, and it's Andrew Wood. And he is the highest on that pit strategy right now. He is 8 seconds behind the leaders. He's not that far behind. If Andrew Wood manages to win this race, we are going to be beside ourselves.
Andrew Wood still cutting through the field because everyone ahead of him has to save fuel. He does not. He's going full chat. Look at him just smoke by Daniel B. Johnson. Andrew is just absolutely flying out there because he doesn't have to save fuel. He's, like you said, he's only 8 seconds back. All these guys ahead have to save fuel. He could pit a couple laps after them and still be faster than them because they're going to have to save on their second stints as well.
I cannot believe what we're seeing here today. This has been certainly one of the most unique Indy 500s I've ever seen, with some of the incidents that we've seen and now the strategy that's had to play out amongst the drivers. Eric Smith, though, has decided that he does not want to save the fuel anymore. He's out there running as fast as he can. He's got 41.1s. Ottinger 41.4 behind him on the last lap. So they have picked it up a little bit compared to before. So maybe the number is looking a little bit more solid amongst them. And Eric Smith feels the most confident.
Yeah, Eric Smith, fastest driver on track last time around.
44 laps to go. That's way too far at this stage. Drivers certainly don't want to be pitting in this point, but we're on lap 27. Make that 28 now as he crosses the line for all these front runners. What's the difference with Wood now? Is he gaining? It's 8.7 seconds. He's running 41.2. He's actually running a comparable pace, it looks like, to those top runners.
Yeah, he is. And the biggest thing here for Wood is that he's cleared Nick Kuhn, and he's got about a 2-second gap of clean air up ahead of him. So he has just got to try to charge up through that right now. And then once he catches up to the back of Kevin Hill, it's going to be another buffet for him to just pick his way through.
And just to make things even all the more interesting, although it would put everybody on the same strategy, if we get a caution at this point before we get to, what, about 35, 36 to go, that still puts us on a 2-stop to the finish. It just makes it a little bit more straightforward. But those who are on a bit of an alternate strategy could find themselves staying out and getting the track position.
Yeah, and with the 2-stop strategy, that means that any sort of gain that Andrew Wood would have in the pits would be kind of negated. He might gain a spot or two, but that would put him on the same strategy as everyone else. Because right now, we're about to hit lap 30 for Eric Smith up at the front of the field, and we're seeing a pass here from Jeff Schmeyer trying to go by Daniel B. Johnson. I can report David Graybill just made the pass on Kurt Crum behind. So we're hitting those that critical point where pit stops are an option, but you don't want to take it right now. You want to wait as many laps as you possibly can before you take that pit stop. Eric Smith, though, definitely our biggest mover of the day, up 18 spots from 19th to the lead at the moment.
He's got a good shot at this, but he's using a lot more fuel than Ottinger, Espedy, those guys behind him, pushing the air for them right now. And that was one of our Scours car. Which one was that? Trying to figure out where they are sitting currently. Graybill's in 18th. Where is Thomas? Oh man, Thomas is 24th.
Yeah, that's because he had to pit a little bit later. So remember, Thomas is only 11 laps into this stint, so that's why he's so far back. He's off cycle right now from the leaders.
There's a lot of things being juggled out there by the crew chiefs, who are trying to keep track of where everybody else sits and what their position is going to be when we get to the checkered flag. Down to 40 laps to go. This is 100 miles left for our drivers. And they need to make maybe 5 more laps, but it is lap 31 for Eric Smith. Make this lap 32 now as he comes to cross the line.
All right, so there he goes. Ottinger has upped his pace a little bit to be able to keep on to the back of Eric Smith. As we see, 39 to go. Running it around here. This is starting to get into that area when you've got to start thinking about it.
Wood was another 0.3 faster that time by on Smith. So he's still managing to cut it down. Ooh. Let's see.
I think they're coming this time. Smith and Ottinger just dropped their pace significantly. Espedy closing very quickly. Either that or Espedy's decided he's coming this time. Someone is coming. No one's coming. But interestingly, I think Smith has backed off his pace.
I think he knows that he has to try and get to there on one more stop. He's got no choice, it seems, at this point, because 38 laps is just not doable. He's got to at least make one more. We've seen a 37 in this race. If he can make it to that, he knows it's possible.
Yeah, but Joe, that 37 was with cautions thrown in there. I've got to think you need to be trying to push this to 35 to feel a little bit safe.
It's lap 33 in the stint for Eric Smith right now. And he's coming out of 4 once again. He's going to stay out. So this might actually be possible for Eric Smith. Nick Ottinger still holding on behind him. I think Ottinger's been sitting in a good position. He's been right up the gearbox of that 32 for some time now.
And I'm keeping my eyes on Andrew Wood as well. He has got himself closer to Kevin Hill, so he's definitely within draft of the drivers up ahead, so he can start to lift and coast a tiny bit because he's going to need just a little bit of fuel as well. He just hit lap 30 on his stint. The leaders on lap 34. Someone's going to have to bite at some point. I think Smith is probably going to be our first one to come down, but I would guess it's going to be this lap or the next.
It is this lap. Smith is heading in, but Ottinger's saved behind him. Ottinger is able to go one more, putting himself in a much better spot, and so did everybody behind him. It was only Smith. Remember how hard he was pushing up at the front, clearing the air for everybody, and now he's paying the price.
Yep, and this means I said doing a 36 even is going to be a little bit difficult. I think 35 gets you into a more comfortable range, maybe down to a 34. That's the indication. That running down to the grass, Ottinger coming in this lap.
Okay, so the 25 is going to have to do a 35-lap stint on this one. That sounds a little bit better, but can he push? No, he's going to do a 34-lap stint. He carries on.
Unbelievable.
Oh, Espedy sped. Espedy sped big time into the lane.
Did it catch him?
I think... No, he caught it. He caught it just in time, but all 4 tires were locked up.
Well, he doesn't need them anymore, so this will work out well, actually, because he gets a little bit of boost of speed coming in. Hopefully he didn't have to spend too much time getting back up to speed, but he hits his box just fine and up on the jacks. So Espedy in to the box. It should be Otten. It should be everyone else this time around. 36 laps is a phenomenal stint. Can anyone do 37 without having cautions? And the answer is yes! Liam Quinn is going to go around for the 37th lap.
Lockwood carries on. Christian Challoner carries on. Justin Morton. There are some serious gamblers out there today that think they can make it one more. That is unbelievable saving happening. And where does this put Wood? Wood is now up to 5th position. He's only 5 seconds behind what is now the leader of Liam Quinn.
All right, so as this comes into it, they will be pitting with 33 laps to go. That is what I would call relatively comfortable, Joe. 34 probably being a little bit of a stretch to be able to do it. If they can make this on 33, okay, there they come. Quinn coming in, Lockwood coming in.
Lockwood stays out.
Oh my goodness.
38 laps for Brian Lockwood.
Can he do it? Is he going to run out?
He's the only one to gamble on it. Wood pits at the same time, interestingly. So he feels pretty confident. This was 33 laps for Wood. 32, I think.
I mean, he was burning fuel the whole time, so it makes sense this is the farthest he could go.
But this puts him in a great position, whereas everybody else around him is really going to have to push. Although Lockwood...
I mean, come on. He
goes.
He pits now. This is going to be a 32-lap stint. He's got plenty of fuel. He could burn the whole way.
Absolutely, and he was, I want to say, a few seconds ahead of Wood. So he and Wood look to be probably in the best spot of anybody here at the end. And looks like David Graybill is now pitting in. Halleck, Kirby, those are all drivers that were staying out because they were well down the order on alternate strategies.
And here's Tim Tomes. He's going to inherit the lead. Currently 20 laps into his stint. He's got Nathan Dowd behind him by a second, who's 27 laps into his. So Dowd will be the next to come to pit lane. Tomes, at this point, I mean, I don't know what you're hoping for as Tomes right now, but you're hoping that this race changes complexion quite quickly.
Well, those who have already stopped, Ottinger leads them. Eric Smith is behind him. Then it's Espedy, Thompson, Quinn, Lockwood, and Marquez. Challoner a long ways back. Where did Wood wind up? Wood is currently in 14th position.
And it's tight for those guys who are trying to battle for what they think is the lead right now. Very tight line as they exit 3 and 4.
Yeah, right now it is, let's see, how many cars in this group? 5 cars, might even be 6. Yeah, Lockwood is now coming up to the back of them. And I expect this is going to be the same story all over it. Nobody's going to want to lead unless you're Eric Smith.
Or Lockwood. Because Lockwood, I don't think, has to save fuel this stint.
True. This is very true. But, I mean, Lockwood wouldn't want to give them a tow. He's going to want to sit behind and force them to use their fuel.
That's a very good point, Joe. We're going to have to see how his strategy plays out and watch how he drives the track here. You can see the lines, that high line still playing out there. I think that was Espedy searching a little bit on the high line.
So we're pretty certain Eric Smith is in the worst position of anybody, and yet he is still pushing. I think Eric's hoping for a caution to have that track position. He's banking on something swinging his way, as we see. That was Ottinger, I think, we're riding. No, that is Lockwood there that we were riding with, just following behind, and he's ready to maybe overtake one. He thinks about it, but he doesn't have the straight line speed.
Yeah, but look at how much fuel saving is going on up ahead of him. Look at how tight this bundle of cars is. All of them saving fuel, all of them trying to get to the end. Lockwood does have to make some moves, though, because he's too far back to battle for the lead at the end of this race. He's got to get a move on. He's got to get at least up to 3rd or 4th in order to try and make the fight work. And here he comes.
Oh my God.
I thought he'd make a move there, but he decided not to.
You're so used to seeing cars accordion into the braking zone, but they were accordioning on the straight. Everybody was lifting. Everybody was coasting to try and get this to the finish.
And now we've got, what? We got about 12 cars involved in this? No,
Yeah.
11 cars? That's ridiculous.
It's absolute insanity out here. I'm loving every minute of it.
Yeah, Wood is definitely going to catch them. He's about 14 seconds behind the overall leader, but 2 seconds behind Eric Smith right now, which is the one he really needs to care about. Somebody in pit lane. That is Dowd, yeah.
Yeah, we're starting to see some exchanges going on. People are trying to jockey for what they think is going to be setting up for the close of this race. But they got to do it carefully, because if they cause a caution, this throws everything out the window and gives a real good opportunity to Tim Tomez in the lead.
Wood is officially at the back of this pack now in 13th place. Eric Smith is in second, but the lead of this pack, and there's your first taker willing to push it. Liam Quinn trying to make some dives down into the corner to get track position.
Yeah, Quinn trying to see what he can do down to the inside of Osman Espedy, but Espedy is going to hold that high line there and be able to hold it out. Now I think Espedy can have a run on Ottinger if he wants it. Here comes Lockwood.
Lockwood, who we know is good on fuel, is managing to get some spots. Does he feel like maybe he can leave them? Does he think he has enough pace to drop them?
This is absolutely wild with everyone battling like this. Lockwood's got to get the move on. He can move himself up to second position and sit there. He has the fuel to defend any sort of move, but Lockwood backing off a little bit, Quinn backing off, Riley Thompson backing off. They're all backing off again.
And we're used to seeing in this modern age of Indianapolis draft battles to the finish, but usually it's a swap back and forth. I've never seen a green flag run like this to the very end of the race. Somebody's in pit lane.
Marquez.
Who is that?
He must have short fueled or something. He does not have a black flag.
So in he goes. Tomez has about maybe 8 more laps before he has to come in himself. And then Eric Smith will inherit the lead. So Lockwood up to 5th. Next in line, going to be Austin Espedy.
Oh, but looking down to the inside there, we've got some more movement. Riley Thompson looking aggressive as they go. Oh! Whoa!
And Challoner also trying to move himself upwards. Liam Quinn to his outside. Remember, Challoner made it pretty far. Just 1 lap shorter than Lockwood. And there goes Quinn. Huge move for Quinn. Trying to get the track position. Sending it in deep. And he's almost up to 3rd, but hanging around the outside. Espedy denies him.
And now we've got a pack of cars that's 15 cars long, all nose to tail, all within a second of the car ahead of them. This is absolute insanity at the end of this race. All the fuel saving has brought the back of the pack to these leaders. It's anybody's game for the win at this point.
This is reminding me of Formula E races in a way, that it is all about managing what you've got to the finish of the race. We are down to 50 miles left to go here in the 2022 Majors Indy 500, and we still have no idea out of about 14 cars who's going to win. But Tomez is now in, and that makes Eric Smith officially our leader.
And there you saw Christian Challoner trying to make the move down to his teammate to the inside of Lockwood, but Lockwood trying to rebuff him a little bit. They almost go Noah's Ark through the corner, Joe.
Unbelievable. By the way, we're up to 15 cars, 3 wide down into the corner, and some of the evolved cars are now getting involved as Hill manages to get under Driscoll, but it looks like Driscoll's going to have better speed. This is the danger zone when it comes to that caution that could throw everything out of whack, as drivers are jockeying, might not know exactly where everybody is.
I can't believe what I'm seeing right now. This is one of the most wild closing sections of an Indy 500 I've ever seen, with all the fuel saving going on. All these guys are still saving fuel, mind you, and they're trying to make these jockeying passes in the middle of this pack.
And Eric Smith is doing his best. He ran a 43-second lap last time by.
And nobody passed him.
Yeah. But one of them's going to try. There goes Liam Quinn. Could Liam Quinn notch another Indy 500 to his name? He gets up to 2nd position this time.
DJ, these are the slowest laps that we have run this race, aside from under caution, and nobody's even trying to make a move on the lead. Here we go. Liam Quinn, though, he's going to try and do it now.
All right, does that mean Quinn thinks he's got the numbers to be able to pull this out? There they go. That's Quinn up into the lead.
That's the rabbit.
So will we see Smith try to chase, or does he still have to hold station? He's going to try and use that slipstream as much as he can. And Quinn, instead of trying to break the toe to prevent a pass, he's trying to break the toe to keep people from saving fuel.
All right, so Quinn is now up front. He's trying to pull away the lead. Riley Thompson making yet another move to get himself up into 6th position. And look at that. They're starting to snake down to the inside of the course. This is where things start to get interesting. That is Liam Quinn trying to break up any sort of moves going on behind him. He doesn't want anyone to be, he wants everyone to be slowing down, trying to make these passes. Look at the pace increase. 41.7 last time for Liam Quinn.
And Espidy's not in a great position either. He only pitted 1 lap later than Eric Smith. So yes, he's got a little bit more of a buffer, but not a lot. And he's closing in on him as we see a few cars behind them now trying to get themselves farther up the field. Who feels like they can leapfrog and jump their way across the stones of their fellow drivers to get up to the front?
Well, that's going to be the real question here, Joe, is the driver that I think is going to be sitting in the best position right now is, surprise, Mr. Christian Challoner, sitting back in P6 right now. He's stopped, remember, on lap 167, so he's got an extra lap of fuel than everybody else ahead of him, and he's looked like he's had some speed here today. Oh, brush of the wall there for Bottinger.
Oh, and that's going to lose him that valuable space, probably some aerodynamics. That'll hurt his fuel mileage if he knocked it out of whack. Thompson closes in behind him, trying to take the position away, and he will.
And Challoner lets Driscoll go by, so I think Christian's still in a fuel save mode. I don't think he's convinced that he could go guns blazing till the end of this race at the moment. He's still trying to save a little bit of fuel. He just let Driscoll go by. Lockwood might think about going by Christian soon.
Honestly, I think Liam Quinn is going to be the man to beat here because he's on lap 14 of his stint. The only other driver near him on that same number is Challoner, and then Lockwood, yeah, who's on 13.
Oh, Lockwood's coming with a head of steam. He just passed Challoner on this lap. He's going by Driscoll right now, too.
He's got a lot of cars between him, though. He's about 1.3 seconds away from Liam Quinn. There is time with 19 to go to get there.
Yes, there is, and now he's got to get past his teammate here, Nick Ottinger. He's preferring that high side. We've seen a lot of drivers do that as they go to the end of this race. Definitely starting to push here a little bit.
So they come down into turn 1 once again. Espidy's able to hold behind Liam Quinn pretty well. Is he saving enough fuel that he could push him by the end of the race and battle for that lead? Or are they going to get gobbled up by guys like Lockwood? Lockwood now, actually, he's getting, he's overtaking Ottinger.
Yeah, so Lockwood's still on a charge, still definitely the fastest driver on track right now. A 41.258 compared to everyone else around him doing mid to high 41s. So Lockwood thinks he's got the car for it, and he's got 17 laps to try and prove it.
But Quinn is still that 1.3 seconds ahead. No, we caught him a lot that time. 0.9, it was 1.3. Is Quinn finding himself getting a little bit short now that he's pushing the air?
I think he is, Joe. That gap massively coming down. You hear him pushing there a little bit as they go down the straightaway, but you can see Espedy starting to gain in a little bit more and more. Espedy having a little bit of a look to the outside there, just trying to get some clean air on the nose of that car.
I can report that it's been consistent laps for Quinn. 41.7s, 41.6, last few laps. Let's see if this one's even slower. Somebody's off. Are we going to get a caution? Will he bounce back on? And there it is.
Oh my goodness. Everything changes now.
But this means nobody should need to go in unless they feel like the tires are worth it.
Whew, boy, I think you have to stay out in this situation. There's no way you can risk losing track position with how hard it is to pass around here. This was up the nose of Christian Challoner, mind you. Christian almost getting involved in this. That was as close as it gets.
It's one of the Evolve cars. Trying to see who that was.
It was Driscoll.
Oh, it was definitely one of the ones that could have maybe got himself a top 10. Oh, he was very, very loose.
It's amazing.
So, unfortunately, it bounced him a little too far back into the racing line, and so the sim decided that was too tight. Quinn is going very slow, trying to allow the pace car to catch back up. There we go. I've got to imagine everybody is going to be just coasting and putting it into neutral and shutting the engine off through here.
Yeah, that's exactly what they're going to be doing, Joe. And as you said, this should mean everybody is good to the end on fuel. What it is going to scupper is the chances of somebody like a Brian Lockwood or even an Andrew Wood who did pit later. Are we actually seeing drivers coming down pit lane?
That's Riley Thompson. He's going to fake you out every single time.
Oh, but Ottinger and Morton are coming in. So is Andrew Wood, mysteriously. Was Wood tight on fuel? Brian Barnes pits.
Oh, no.
Who's still on the lead lap. Brent Kirby and Kurt Crum.
They were betting that the rest of the field would follow them down so they could be able to get fresh tires and try and make passes late. I don't think this is going to pay off for them.
What this does do in terms of turning things on its head is before it was dependent on who could get speed while saving fuel. Now it's going to be a straight sprint. And those who are in the lead are not necessarily the same as those who have the outright pace. Now, Quinn, Espedy definitely do. Thompson, you could probably say. Eric Smith, he's been hanging out there. I don't know. Lockwood, will he still be able to do the same now that everybody is able to push as hard as he is? And then there's Challenger as well, who hasn't really shown himself to be lightning quick today.
Yeah, he hasn't exactly been on his game as we would expect Christian Challenger to be, but this is going to be an absolute bonkers run to the end one way or the other. Joe, I think that yell I had earlier of 3 wide, that's not going to be the only time you hear that in these final 14 or so laps.
Oh, absolutely not. They're going to be getting the green, I believe, on 13 to go. So it's going to be a mad dash, and there's still time for other cautions in there as well. And this is also the same as IndyCar in the sense that there are no green-white checkers. So when it gets down to the finish, you want that track position. You cannot bank on trying to be sneaky and just slingshot by somebody at the last moment. You want to be in the lead as often as you can.
Yeah, and another thing to note, guys, we've had some cloud cover over the last stint. That's dropped the temperature down to 116 degrees. Now, you may be thinking to yourself, what's 4 degrees, like, you know, on track temperature? 4 degrees is a lot when it comes to tire life, when it comes to the ability to be aggressive. And especially if we keep getting little bits of shade crossing over the track, that's going to make those corners your ideal place to try and make a move.
Okay, lights are off on the pace car. And we will get, hopefully, a 13-lap shootout to the finish here. Got another pretty good green flag run there. And now the drivers try to sort themselves out with sheer pace, hoping that we don't get another yellow. Trying to let the fastest man take the checkered flag here in the 10th running of the Majors Indy 500. Quinn, known for his speed and for his affinity here for the IndyCar. Can he make that happen for him? Can Challenger finally get himself, I believe, another IndyCar win, another Indy 500 win? I believe he's had at least one out there, but I'm sure he'd love more than that. What about some of the guys that are going to be a dark horse? Ozzie Milwayne is within the top 10. That is a guy that has certainly managed to bounce back impressively, considering he at one point found himself using that spare car.
Yeah, it's a good point. Ozzie may be able to say something about this. Now, he did stop a little bit earlier on 165, and so he's going to have a little bit older tires, but we're going to have to see how this plays out. Joe, I've got absolutely no idea how this is going to end.
I don't either. I don't think the drivers do, and I don't think any of the fans watching have a clue of who is going to take victory in this race, as the iRacing pace car is going to pull into pit lane and unleash Liam Quinn. He goes extremely early. He does not wait at all. Green flag is out, and he weaves to the inside to try and break the slipstream. He does not want anybody following this time.
It was a great start from everybody in the back of the field, too. Nobody really coming into issues, but look at that. Liam Quinn already up to about a 3/10 of a second gap. Jeff Schmeyer getting passed by Nick Kuhn in the background through turns 1 and 2. Hopefully that pass gets made cleanly. It looks like most people, in fact, everybody is off of 1 and 2 clean.
Still weaving down the backstretch, Liam Quinn cannot seem to shake Austin Espedy. He is clinging to the back of that 024 car, coming around out of 3 and into 4. I'm going to watch the pace once they get a full at-speed lap, because they were running 41.7s and 41.6s when Quinn was leading before that caution.
Lockwood on a move, DJ.
Yep, Lockwood going to the outside there of Eric Smith. He's going to get that move done and dusted by the time they go into turn 1. That is Lockwood up to P4.
Challenger not able to follow him through. Eric Smith still sitting back in 5th. How close is Smith? Even though he was able to save some fuel, was it enough considering how tight it was going to be for him? And he led.
Andrew Wood. That'll bring out the caution for sure.
Oh, no. That was contact, too. That wasn't, I don't know if that was Wood's fault, really. It was with Brian Barnes coming into turn 2, and I think a little bit of netcode had an involvement in it as well.
All right, which means they'll restart with 7 or 8 to go. That's going to make things even more interesting for this restart for sure.
But Quinn's still your leader on the restart. Espedy in 2nd, Thompson in 3rd, but now Lockwood up to P4. This should help Eric Smith. He should be able to get to the finish from here. Here's the incident that slowed it down, and he kept it to the outside. He tried to make sure he wasn't in anybody's way, but unfortunately, there were just too many cars behind him at that stage, so that brought out the yellow.
Yeah, and remember here, the one bad news for Liam Quinn is the fact that he got that monster jump off of the line here on the last restart. He's not going to have that this time as we take one last look at that caution. He's not going to be able to do that again. He's not going to have that advantage. Austin Espedy is going to be ready for that early jump, or that late jump, rather.
Well, we got to wait for the pace car to come on around for a couple times before we get going. And how many are we out of at this point? Wood, unfortunately, has DNF'd. Man, a shame for him. We've lost Powers, Swaby, Larrabier, Kirby, Stevenson. Drake's still out there. Looks like Steve Driscoll has pitted in a long time ago. Not sure what... he was the one that spun on that last caution. So, yeah, that's what cost him. Now we've lost Wood. Barnes still out there. Barnes is pitting in this time, so I'm not sure if he'll be able to return after any damage that he got from that. Who will Drake even be able to pass from here? Because he's 7 laps down from the leaders. So, yeah, he should be able to pass Wood.
Yeah, so if we're gonna start picking birds to try and win this thing, you know, you're a pretty safe bet with Liam Quinn. But I mean, Lockwood was able to get pretty much one driver a lap when he's at highest pace. Riley Thompson's going to be wily to try and get by. So is Austin Espedy. So he's got 2 very, very tough drivers to pass to try and get up to Liam Quinn. And don't expect Espedy to hang back on this restart. I think he's going to be attacking Quinn from the very get-go.
Absolutely. And 10 to go now on this time by, but the lights are still on. So, yeah, you were right before. This should be an 8 to go at the least.
And DJ, have you noticed where David Graybill is at the moment?
David Graybill's been able to pick himself up a top 10 as they run.
I have no idea how he managed that, but here he is, after being completely off cycle multiple times, ending up right at the back of the lead lap. He's been able to pick his way forward due to the pit stops of other folks, and he's now sitting in that 10th position.
Well, as they cycle up to the line, I think we're going to get lights out this time by. I was getting some info behind the scenes. Liam Quinn has 2 Indy 500 wins in the majors. Nobody has 3 yet. Can he set himself apart as the first one to reach that 3 marker here in the majors?
Well, he'd certainly be getting some good company in real life, the likes of Bobby Unser and Dario Franchitti to be there. A little bit of cloud cover rolling in, as you just said, Adam.
Yeah, a little bit of cloud cover. This is going to make turn 1 an ideal place to try and make a move, and that's definitely a good place for Austin Espedy to try and strike on the end of the first lap, entering the second lap. So Espedy trying to warm up those tires just a little bit. God, I know everyone wants to try and make passes right now, but you want to try and get going for at least one lap before you try and make a move, because those tires are going to be stone cold after 2 cycles.
So who's able to take this one home with a victory here today with 8 laps left to go? If we get a caution with about 4 or 5 laps to go, that will end it. Whoever is in the lead when the yellow emerges will be your victor. And Liam Quinn is probably going to be holding on to that P1 with an iron fist. He does not want Austin Espedy to get enough of a run to get past him. So they come around turn 3. Riley Thompson. I need to check. Has Thompson ever had a victory in the pro split? Let me check my stats.
Not sure, but he has definitely been a contender multiple times.
Oh, 3 wins, actually. Wow, that's actually a pretty good number. He's pretty high up on the list. Again, the top is Christian Challenger with 33. Reynolds has 16, and Cameron Dance has 11. There's your top 3 on that. But Thompson looks like he's down around 15th or 16th as pace car is in, and here we go. Once again, a pretty early start from Liam Quinn, but he's not able to shake Espedy as trying to go around the outside. Thompson manages to get by the side of Espedy, but is he going to get a penalty for that? I thought they weren't allowed to break the line.
I'm not sure, Joe. We're going to have to see what race control decides to levy down, as Thompson looking very, very aggressive, able to get that move done finally as they come out of turn 2.
This is bad news for Espedy. He wanted to be as close to Quinn as he could be. Now he's got to try and fight just to get back up into second place, which he gets to the inside down into turn 3 and easily through. Well, that looked a lot easier than I expected it would be.
Absolutely, but one of the persons who's benefited from that was Brian Lockwood. He got a little bit held up by the fact that Thompson and Espedy were fighting. Espedy in a really good position, but he doesn't want to make the pass yet. You can see him backing off here on the front straightaway to stay behind Liam Quinn. He's content with where he is.
7 laps to go, nearly 500 miles of racing, and it once again comes down to this. But Quinn is holding off Espedy quite well. The weaving seems to be working.
And we're used to only seeing that coming out in the last lap. Here comes Riley Thompson.
Thompson back to second place. He's making a headache for Austin Espedy. Oh, but a loose moment for Thompson, and he loses the spot right back.
This is a fantastic run from both of them. Riley Thompson trying to upset Austin Espedy's run a little bit. You can see Riley breaking the toe just a little bit. Look at everyone weaving and diving. Christian Challenger looking for a way past Eric Smith. Can't do it this lap either in the back of that field. But Riley Thompson trying his best to clop to the back of Espedy. Espedy doesn't want to go. I think he wants to stay behind Quinn for the time being. They're going to come around to 5 to go this time by, and Espedy still looking like possibly trying to save fuel or set up for a run himself. But Christian Challenger trying to make a move on Smith.
The point of no return looms. If a caution comes out after he crosses the line, Liam Quinn will be your winner if he is leading this race. And so far, since the restart, he's led easily over Espedy, who does not have the legs to run him down. Riley Thompson now looking like maybe he's also losing out on Espedy. Lockwood running that high line. We thought maybe he would have the pace, but no, he is stuck back and forth. On to the back stretch now. As they fly, it is still half a second between Quinn and Espedy. Austin just can't seem to get up to him. He needs that toe. Oh, and behind him, Lockwood is running. Holy cow, Lockwood gets 2 in one go around the outside.
Fantastic move from Lockwood around the outside of Riley Thompson, giving Thompson a little bit of a taste of his own medicine there. That puts Lockwood up to 3rd. I think Lockwood, he's got 4 laps to try and do this. He's going to be hard pressed to catch up to Quinn, but he could get 2nd.
But Quinn last time a 41 flat. Lockwood, even with the passes, was a 40.8.
Oh, and Eric Smith hits the wall.
Oh no, Smith might be out of it then. Let's see if he can hold on for just 4 more laps. So Lockwood, 0.2 of a second a lap faster even when passing, and he's only 0.4 behind. He's got 4 laps to try and do it. I think Lockwood might deny Quinn his 3rd win.
I think he might indeed, but he's got to get through Austin Espedy first. He's going to take the juke down to the inside here as they cross the yard of bricks. Lockwood's got a car length ahead. He's got P2.
41.1 that time for Quinn. Lockwood with a 40.7. That was his personal best. Lockwood with his own best lap of the race here at the very end. What can Quinn do to hold him behind? 3 laps to go, weaving like crazy, hoping that maybe Brian Lockwood cannot manage to get through.
Lockwood's going to have to be very measured on how he approaches Quinn. Quinn going to the high side to keep Lockwood pushed up high. He's trying to take away Lockwood's air, and he's able to do so. Riley Thompson trying to make a move on Austin Espedy, very close to the inside. They're able to make it off the final corner, but Quinn trying to weave, break Lockwood's breath. It's going to be really hard around turn 1.
Another 0.2 quicker that time for Lockwood. If he uses that again, he'll be past Quinn this time by the time they return to the start-finish line. As they are 2 to go, if they get to the white flag without a yellow coming out, they're going green to the finish. Brian Lockwood hunting down Liam Quinn. Can he do it with a lap and a half left? He gets up to him, but he runs out of steam coming into 3. It's going to have to be a last lap pass potentially for Brian Lockwood. He had the strategy. Now he's got the speed. Can he make this work, DJ, as we get the white flag with 1 to go?
And here comes Lockwood. He's going to make the move to the outside. Quinn tries to force him off a little bit, but there he goes. It's going to be side by side through turn 1.
A pass around the outside of turn 1 for the potential win. He hangs tough. Liam Quinn is not going to give this one up. It's a drag race down the backstretch. Liam Quinn is still side by side. Can Lockwood do this the long way around as they fight wheel to wheel for the win in the 10th running of the Majors Indy 500? Back ahead goes Lockwood, but it's still not done yet. It could go back to Lockwood as he cuts underneath. It's an over-under, and there's the slipstream. No, they come together. Quinn as Lockwood is going to take the win here at Indianapolis.
What a finish! Unbelievable move by Lockwood to trade underneath, to go underneath of Quinn to take that spot away. Quinn just getting a little bit loose off the corner. Both of them coming together off the corner. I believe that'll be voted a racing incident, but what an amazing race we just witnessed.
Quinn limped to the line in a depressing 11th. Just looked pitiful as that crumpled car came across the yard of bricks. But Brian Lockwood, with an incredible finish, making the pass with some of the most clever running I've ever seen for a fight to the win. Espedy came home second, and Thompson with a 3rd. Challoner still with 4th place, just off the podium. As we get some celebrations from Brian Lockwood for that victory, we're going to take a quick break. We're going to come back with the unofficial results as well as driver interviews, so stick around.
iRacing is a sim racing game that combines a true-to-life racing experience with an online community of virtual racers from all around the globe. iRacing offers a multitude of officially licensed cars and tracks, laser scanned with millimeter accuracy. Their car models and mechanical systems are based on real-world physics, engineered in cooperation with manufacturers and race teams. Their skill license system ranges from rookie to pro, ensuring members are always pitted against those with similar skill sets. Members are able to sign up for a weekly race series, compete in time trials, host a private race with friends, and participate in racing leagues created and run by the community. With over 170,000 members, iRacing works in partnership with renowned motorsports organizations like NASCAR to deliver virtual races based on the real-life NASCAR Cup Series, as well as many other series on the NASCAR ladder. iRacing also features team racing, providing a variety of options for members to create and manage their own teams. Race with friends or real-world teammates in full-length endurance events like the 24 Hours of Daytona, Spa 24, or the Bathurst 12 Hour. Additional partners include IMSA, World of Outlaws, Supercars, and IndyCar, allowing members to race in their very own Indianapolis 500, Bathurst 1000, Chili Bowl, and many more iconic events. This is iRacing, delivering the most authentic racing experience short of getting into a real race car. Sign up today at iRacing.com.
In one of the most incredible finishes we've ever seen in the Majors Indy 500 history, it came down to a last lap battle between Lockwood and Espedy. Let's take a look at that finish here with our replay on the last lap. And it's going to start into the first corner here, DJ. The side-by-side action. I can't believe they managed to stay side-by-side as long as they did.
I can't either. Absolutely incredible stuff. They just holding it out there on the outside was Lockwood. Quinn trying to hold that inside line, continuing on through one, continuing on through two. Remarkable stuff.
Down the backstretch, nose to nose here, Adam. And then coming into the final corner, and coming into three, really. Look at this over-under. This was brilliant.
Amazing work from Lockwood to get underneath. And then right here, Lockwood starts to get loose. You'll see it come off the corner. Liam Quinn's loose as well. He goes for the draft, but misjudges it just by a nose cone. And that's what causes the contact between the two of them, just coming together on the racing line. Austin Espedy almost won this race if he would have been just a touch closer when they made contact, but Lockwood crosses the line first. Let's watch it at full speed again.
Yeah, absolutely. And yeah, Espedy's probably wishing that Lockwood was just tipped that little bit harder. It would have spun him out and given Espedy the clear to go from third to first. And there is the disappointment for our two-time winner, who just about came a few hundred yards from taking his record third win in the Majors Indy 500. I don't think he ever went off the gas here. I think he was full tilt all the way. And he does cross the line, but winds up in 11th position in the end. One more look here from behind. You're going to see the cut back. Wasn't clear, and that was all she wrote. But, man, Lockwood ran a brilliant race to take that win, which is going to take us to our results as well, as Brian Lockwood went from sixth to victory as Austin Espedy on the front row and finished exactly where he started in second. Riley Thompson with a well-earned third, as Christian Challenger came from an incredible first-lap wreck to finishing in fourth here today, as Kevin Hill was 21st to 5th, and it was Andrew Hardman 17th to 6th. How about Jeff Schmeyer from 32nd to 7th today? Eric Smith was P8, Ozzie Milwayne 9th, and top 10 was rounded out by Nick Kuhn.
In 11th, it was Liam Quinn. That is where he was able to skate across the line, followed by David Graybill, who really put in a fantastic race with some alternate strategy, followed home by his teammate, Tim Tomez. Nick Ottinger was 14th, followed by Nathan Dowd and Brian Halleck. Andrew Marquez was 17th, with Justin Morton, Wayne Hutchinson, and Kurt Crum rounding out your top 20.
We got Brent Kirby in 21st and Brian Barnes in 22nd, the last car on the lead lap. Tom Abramitis, due to the nature of his wreck happening the second to last caution, could not get the lap back when the last caution came out because everyone stayed out. So that puts him back a lap down in the 23rd position. Then Daniel B. Johnson, able to recover himself up to 24th after his wrecks. Jeff Drake, gets the Dory Award for sure. The man was 7 laps down pretty much this entire race and manages to still come home in 25th position. So great work from him to stick it out to the end. Andrew Wood, heartbreak for him, getting involved in the last wreck. That puts him in 26th position, with Steve Driscoll as well involved than everyone who had major problems behind. Mark Stevenson, Justin Kirby, Vincent the Herbier, Lyndon Swaby, Rob Powers, and then Clint Martin did not start.
Which takes us to our winner here today with Brian Lockwood, who won it right at the very end. And Brian, talk us through that last lap. You had been holding that middle line quite a bit. You and your entire team seem to have a car that can run the middle pretty good here. So how confident did you feel trying to make that pass the long way around on that last lap?
Well, by the time we got to the last lap, I think I had a solid plan for what I wanted to do. Whether or not it would have played out well for me, I think a lot could have happened on that last lap to change who won the race. I mean, Liam and I were 50-50 going down the backstretch. So at that point, everything got a little crazy in the last couple quarters, and I'm very, very happy to have come away with a win. But apologies to Liam. I did catch his left rear tire on the entry to 4. I thought I had a little bit more room, but apparently just caught him. So sorry about that. But yeah.
We were talking during the break amongst ourselves how this race really had everything for us up in the booth. I have to imagine kind of the same for you guys down on the track between the pit strategy and avoiding accidents. You guys got to experience the gamut. I mean, what was the big thing that stuck out in your mind that defined this race?
The way the cautions played out and the way the fuel saving played out. I actually, I'm not sure if it was caught on broadcast, but I chucked the car into the wall about halfway through the race and had to stop early for damage repair. After that, my strategy was just fuel save. Fuel save, fuel save, fuel save. And I spent the next 60-odd laps just figuring out how to maximize that fuel save. And by the time we got to the last couple stints where it became really important, the race just played into my favor, really.
It absolutely did. We did see both the incident with the wall and your impressive 37-lap stint, which left our jaws on the floor. All that to add up to your first majors victory, and it's the Indy 500. This is, I mean, between the fuel and that, this is you got to feel a little bit Alexander Rossi-ish today.
Well, you have no idea. I wasn't supposed to win this race, and huge thank you to the Mega guys. Nick Ottinger was a huge help in getting my driving in line. So was Christian Challoner. Thanks to Jason Brophy, and I know there are a couple other guys that wrenched on the setup as well. Unfortunately, I can't name them, but yeah, I was given a really great car, and I'm just really glad to have been able to make the most of it.
Well, impressive stuff, and that milk is going to be well earned. So go enjoy a nice cool sip, sir, and congratulations on the victory.
Thank you very much.
That was Brian Lockwood taking the win today, as I believe we've got DJ with Austin Espedy right now.
Do indeed, Austin, a good run there through the field. It looked like you were pretty much just always in contention for that win.
Yeah, it was a good race. We had a good setup, and yeah, just unfortunate the way the cautions fell tonight. It didn't really play out. I had to do a mega fuel save towards the end there, and then the last 2 cautions, the tires were just shot, and I had really nothing for Liam or anybody who got in front of me.
Well, I wanted to ask you about that fuel saving strategy. I mean, were you on pace to be able to make it to the end if we had stayed green?
It was close. When I went up behind Liam, I was at probably 1.87 liters a lap, and that put me close, probably like a half a lap to the good. So I couldn't have gone full throttle, but I was pretty close to becoming full throttle towards the end.
Well, I mean, a good run here. Are you satisfied with second? It's a good points day for you and for the team, or did you want to taste the milk? I mean, obviously you want to be tasting the milk, but...
No, I'm a little disappointed. I knew early on my pit stops were good and always coming out in the lead, and I figured this one would be the one. So second's a little disappointing after basically running up front for all the race. I don't think I was lower than third at all.
Yeah, I got to understand that. But, I mean, second place, as we said, a good points day. Anybody you want to thank?
Everyone at Team Talent. I know Jason Brophy put a lot into this race setup, so it was solid. Should be good for next week. But yeah, just anyone at Team Talent, Kinetic, and everybody for working hard this week.
All right. Well, thank you so much. That was your second place finisher out there, Mr. Austin Espedy.
And then I believe Adam has caught up with third place finisher Riley Thompson, who was there and thereabouts for much of the race, but things just didn't swing his way.
Yeah, absolutely. Talking to Riley, who finished in third. Riley, it's been a while, but that being said, this was definitely a great return to the Majors series, coming home in third position. I know it's not what you wanted, but you pulled off definitely the first outside pass today, and we're definitely up there hounding Austin and Liam towards the end of that race. Talk to me about it.
Yeah, first off, I'm kind of surprised I remember how to drive. I mean, it's been so long. But heart's still in my throat after that first outside pass. This whole race is just kind of trying to preserve fuel after every caution. It was kind of close to being on a fuel window, kind of not. So it was really interesting trying to work out strategies in between. But overall, it was a pretty fun race, trying to battle the wind mainly.
Yeah, absolutely. And talk to us about that fuel saving, because it seemed like it really accordioned the field together right before we had those final two cautions. But were you going to be able to make it to the end on that tank of fuel, do you think?
Yeah, I think by the time that caution came out, most of us were good. I might have been short by about a quarter of a lap, but by then I would have been able to save the rest if I was going full pelt from then on. So overall, I think by the time that caution came out, it was when everyone was going again. Kind of surprised there wasn't actually like stack up in a wreck from when that happened, but it was really good that people were aware of what was going on. And yeah.
Well, Riley, it was great to see you back in the series. Can we expect to see more of you, or was this a one-off event?
Oh yeah, I've been waiting a long time, so I'll be back for the next few races. Not sure about once college starts back up in the fall again, but hopefully I'll still be back for then.
That's right. Graduation for college happened recently, so it's awesome to see you back racing. But is there anyone you want to thank for your third position today?
Yeah, I gotta thank Forge for getting me on. Having familiar faces with James and Justin, and then all the new guys helping out. It's been a really good group to get into, as well as their sponsors, Rethread and PC Racer. And on top of that, I gotta thank Liam for the set. Thanks for making the right front of the garbage truck. Love you. And thanks for the dirty air.
That was Riley Thompson, who finished in third today, and he will be joining us next week in this next round. And it looks like Joe has caught up with, unfortunately, Liam Quinn, who is just a little short today with Joe.
Yeah, Liam, I don't know where to begin, so I just want to start by asking, what are your emotions right now? What are you feeling?
That's just Indy. It happens.
That is
my opinion changed about 30 seconds after the incident, so I'm glad I don't have a live mic, obviously, but it is what it is. I think there's a bit of netcode into the corner, and then I came down more than I should have on exit, so I'm just glad I didn't take Brian out with me. So
that was a much better response than I thought that we were going to get. I thought that you were just going to be absolutely gutted. You've got two to your name. You were trying for a record third here in the majors, as nobody's done that yet. Does that help soften the blow and to know that you've had those two before?
I mean, it happens. I mean, I really want that third, so not really. But, at the end of the day, I had a chance a couple of years ago to get a third, and, same thing happened about 10 to go. This one, a couple 100 meters to go, so hopefully next year it's a lot clearer. I think the cautions, without them, even with the fuel save stint, I was good to go to the end, and I know Brian was too, so it would have ended similar, I think. But man, that's rough.
It was incredibly rough. You need to reach out to J.R. Hildebrand and have a drink with him, I think, after that one. But, who helped put this car up in the lead for as long as it did? Because that car looked like a rocket ship at the end.
I didn't feel like it. I was all over the place, especially at the end. I was barely holding on, but yeah, all the Kinetic and Team Talent guys, really good job. And Rob Powers, especially after he wrecked out, he was on the stand giving me numbers, because that fuel spent, especially, we were saving for a good 90 laps, and without that, I wouldn't have been nearly in contention. So yeah, big shout out to all those guys.
Well, great stuff there. As that was Liam Quinn, who wound up 11th today, but came just a few hundred feet shy of taking a third Indy 500 victory in the majors. That's going to take us to close, and we want to thank our sponsors, of course, including the Majors Garage. Check out our link in the description below and use our special discount code MajorsGSRC to get 10% off. And also our charity here today, Cure Limb Girdle Muscular Dystrophy. There's a link in the description below for that as well. Thanks goes to the companies that provide the software software and hardware for our broadcast listed on your screen. And additional thanks to June Lalonde, who provides our wonderful music. Check out her Bandcamp for more great work. Thanks to the team today, Adam, DJ, Zach, and Dougie. You can find more info about GSRC at globalsimracingchannel.com or through our social media. Also, check out our merchandise store at gsrc.storenv.com. There's a link in the description below. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel so you don't miss a moment. The next race is going to be at Le Mans. That will be on June 5th, and that's going to be immediately after the Majors 24, which is going to be at the same track but a lot longer. So watch out for that. It's going to be a long weekend for us, and we'll hope to see you there. But until next time, race clean, race hard. We'll see you on the track.